The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of February 12, 2026. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain, Reverend Rainey Rouse.
Good morning.
Right here. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. I would like to start our chapel time this morning with a different song than what you're going to hear in a few minutes after me. How many of you know, "Oh, Beautiful Our Spacious Skies"? I figured that would be the way it would be. Okay, I'm going to open our prayer time with the first two verses. How beautiful, oh spacious skies, our amber waves of grain, our purple mountains as they rise above the fruitful plain. America, America, God's gracious gift abound, and more we're grateful for life's bounty all around. Indigenous and immigrant, our daughters and our sons, oh, may we never rest content till all are truly one. America, America, God grant that we may be a sisterhood and brotherhood from sea to shining sea. I would like, thank you. I would like now to have a moment of silence for the Honorable Harry Bean, who passed on Valentine's Day, which was the last Saturday. Thank you. I would like to pray this morning for all of you here with family who are sick, or you have health problems. I know this is going to be difficult. Raise your hands. If you have a member in your family who is very sick, on dialysis, doing cancer treatment, anything like that, I want you to raise your hands, because I know there's more of you out there. Thank you. I want also to lift you up in prayer, those who are caregivers, taking care of sick people. Raise your hands. Let me pray. We come before you, O God, creator of this earth, the very place we are. We come before you, O God, lifting up our indigenous siblings who took care of this very space this building stands on, the very roads each and every one of us walked to get to the State House. If they had not been so diligent and loving of the land of New Hampshire, we would not maybe be here. We give all praise and thanksgiving to the Abenaki people, the very towns that are named after the indigenous brothers and sisters who were here over 11,000 years ago and took care of the place that we sometimes, myself included, take for granted as we're walking down the street. Nashua, Kentucket. There's so many places that carry their name, and yet we forget and think we did that. The very roads we drive on. So we thank you for all that they are about. And I thank you for all that are here this morning that came with a heavy heart, that came with unanswered questions, that you would answer their questions and they would know it was from you. We also thank you, Lord, that you would remind each and every one of our representatives here this morning, we are all human beings. We are all called to work together. We did not get here on our own. We were elected by people who entrusted their trust in each and every person here. I am reminded of that as a minister, that people who call me to minister have entrusted me with their very lives. And so has our House of Representatives. You have been entrusted with the very life of everyone that lives in New Hampshire, because we are not separate from one another. I thank you, Lord, that I am also the daughter of the first African American who sat in these chambers, the Honorable Henry B. Richardson. And as I come here each time, I'm reminded of the faithfulness of this place. I'm reminded to carry forth New Hampshire's passion for its people. Please remember, as you do business today, we were the first state to have a constitution, but most importantly, we must remember we were one of those first states that were called to bring together the indigenous, the African American, all of the different places and countries that are represented by people here. We must not forget who we are and whose we are as we do the work of this state. Amen and amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Manchester, Jean Judy, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Reverend Robert Thompson, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House is in recess. Take your seats. We're gonna start up again. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, today illness. Representative Belcher, Burrows, Colby, Comtois, Flanagan, McMahon, Pearson, Prout, Rice, Stavis, Suter, and Tierney. The day, important business. Richard Brown, Pam Brown, Burnham, Cole, Gregg, Harvey, Levitt, Tim Mannion, Murphy, Sophocletus, and Susie. The day, illness in the family. Representatives Jacobs and Markell.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Analia Caesar and Graham Jerke, students from Brewster Academy in Wolfboro, our pages for the day. And Mr. Speaker, please welcome Camille Pattison, guests of Representatives Ray and Sue Newman, Nina Perot, guests of Representative Grota, Tom Maschieri, guests of Representative Foote, and the Honorable Sean Filio, guests of the House. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a memorial resolution. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 48, memorializing Harry H. Bean of Guilford. Whereas we have learned with profound sorrow of the passing of our colleague and friend Harry H. Bean, who was serving his fourth term as a state representative representing Belknap District 6, the towns of Guilford and Gilmanton, and Ward 2 in the city of Laconia. And whereas a member of the Finance Committee for the last 3 of his 4 terms, Harry Bean was known for his quiet yet collegial presence, not speaking often, but when he did, he spoke with an articulate frankness, usually in a self-deprecating way. And whereas a native of Belknap County, Harry Bean spent his life working in the and is widely credited for helping to ensure the longevity and continued operation of Gunstock Mountain. And whereas Harry Bean was a figure larger than life, as evidenced by being a world champion arm wrestler, portraying Santa Claus for community children, and taking care of his 2 Great Danes. And whereas, above all, Harry H. Bean was a devoted family man who cherished his time with his wife Priscilla, his son, daughters, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives in regular session convened, Harry H. Bean be granted the highest praise and accolades and our profound thanks for his service to the state and the town he called home for many years, and be it further resolved that expressions of our most heartfelt sympathy be extended to his family, and that a suitable copy of this resolution be prepared for presentation to them. Offered by the House of Representatives.
The chair recognizes Representative Weiler for memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite anyone else from Belknap County to join me here if they want to add remarks. I see some of them are missing. I rise to make commemorative remarks about my friend and colleague Harry Bean, representative for Belknap, Guilford, Gilmanton, and Laconia Ward 2. Harry Bean was bigger than life. He would always stand out in a crowd. He was generally a quiet man, but when he spoke, it was a clear statement delivered with confidence. When he and I had discussions, he always opened with, "I may not have much education, but common sense tells me." Almost always common sense was right. And a good guy. He was a man of great energy, proud of the fact that he had risen up in life by working 80 hours per week. He had great support from his family, especially his wife Priscilla, who worked alongside of him on those 80-hour weeks and supported all his hobbies and activities, including arm wrestling champ. I think she was one as well. It will be difficult to replace him in all those roles that he played. Serving in this House, we have had to say goodbye to far too many colleagues. Harry was not that old, from my perspective of 84 years, but he left us far too quickly. Some of his other colleagues may wish to speak now.
I've had the privilege to work with Harry I've known him for over 20 years, and I've worked with him closely for the last 2 terms. He provided a lot of guidance, and we had a lot of interesting conversations, as one might say, until we found a way to settle issues within our county and stuff. One of the greatest memories I remember is watching Harry and his beautiful wife, Priscilla, ride their motorcycle dressed up as Santa Claus and doing his trip around town and stuff. A lot of people were concerned with Harry, but to know Harry is to know that he had the heart, a big heart. He would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. And all he ever asked in return is, just don't lie to me. Just be honest. Tell me what you need. How can I help you? And he would help you. I'm going to miss that man. I've had long conversations with him. And surprisingly enough, his last conversation I had with him was before he went to the hospital. And we were discussing county delegation business. And one would not have never known. He was so concerned about making sure things got finished. And I'm going to miss him. Thank you.
I met Harry Bean in his freshman year and realized in a moment what a kind, loving, caring, intelligent man he was. If we had to lose such a wonderful, loving man, how appropriate that it would be on Valentine's Day, the day that we celebrate love, which is something he did every moment of every day of his life. He will be missed, but he will be remembered on Valentine's Day every year by me and many others. Thank you.
I met Harry Bean 3.5 years ago when my husband and I moved to Tilton. And shortly after we moved to Tilton, my husband passed away. I'd known Harry and Priscilla maybe 6 months. Well, they took the long trip from Guilford to Manchester to attend my husband's service, stayed the entire day, and even went to the memorial afterwards. Every week for 7 months, Harry Bean called me and said, "Hey kid, you need anything?" Every time I saw Harry, it was a hug and, "Hey kid, how you doing?" Never have I experienced such kindness, generosity, and warmth from two people as Harry and Priscilla Bean. I will always be indebted to them for their compassion towards me and always look to Harry's model to carry on. We need to be strong, and Harry taught us how to do that in a very soft and quiet way.
Good morning. Harry Bean was a wonderful, straightforward kind of guy. As it's been said, very generous. When my wife retired a year ago, I had a motorcycle, but it wasn't a bigger motorcycle for two up. And I was trying to decide what to do, and Harry's, he just, hey, take mine for a couple of weeks. And so we did. We put about 500-600 miles on his motorcycle, and we were just his wife and I and my wife. And we're gonna miss it.
Thank you.
Please rise and join me in a moment of silence for the representative from Guilford, the Honorable Harry Bean. chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate accedes to the requests of the House of Representatives for a committee of conference on the following entitled bill, House Bill 751, and the President on the part of the Senate has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Birdsall, Lang, and Prentice.
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Children and Family Law, House Bill 652, removed by Representatives Nalavanco, Kaczynski, Sabarin Deschonry, Diane Kelly, Barton, Sarah, Perez, DeRoy, Bernardi, and Post. From the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, House Bill 1602, removed by Representatives Granger, Walker, La Rochelle, Bailey, Farrington, Dee Poulin, Maggiore, John McDonald, Miles, Robley Hall. From the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, House Bill 1572, removed by Representatives Leon, Dargy, Grota, DeVries, Fred Davis, Diane Kelly, DeRoy, Long, Sellers, and Heath Howard. From the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, House Bill 1028, removed by Representatives McFarland, Granger, Tom Mannion, DeRoy, Drew, Mahegan, Carol McGuire, Farrington, Noble, and Walker.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Under rules of the House, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, House Bills 1197 FN and 1444 FN are referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bills 1576, 1633, and 1730 are referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Education Funding, House Bill 1827 FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, House Bill 1093 is referred to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. From the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, House Bills 1086 FN, 1431 FN, referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. House Bill 1274 FNL is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. House Bill 1622 FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Fish and Game, Marine Resources, House Bill 1199 FN is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. From the Committee on Housing, Bills 1523 FN and 1598 FN are referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Transportation, House Bill 1466 FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. House Bill 1594 FN is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Representative Faulkner declared a clear of an interest on House Bill 1560 FN and did not participate on the vote in the consent calendar. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the memorial remarks about our friend and colleague be printed in the permanent journal for all to see. Thank you.
Without objection. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which referred House Bill 1641 FN, an act relative to petitions for certain orders of protection where the subject of the order is either released on bail or on probation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative David Muse from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 1641, please.
The motion is to table House Bill 1641. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1641 FM. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Evil.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. (287) voting nay, a 48 voting nay. House Bill 1641 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1557 FN, an act modifying the state average expenditure per pupil relative to students in special education. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority. Minority, having considered the same being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1557. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Speaker. If I know the federal IDEA law requires special education services and they are essential to student success, and if I know that state and federal funding for special education covers only 20% of the costs and the remainder is paid by local property taxpayers, if I know that voters urgently need property tax relief in every district across the state, would I now press the red button to kill this motion so a better motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know local funding of special education aid as mandated by the federal government through IDEA is not sustainable, and if I know 85% of the total amount of money we're spending on special education, which amounts to $977 million annually, with the federal contribution now 5 to 6%, no longer anywhere near the 40% sold to the state by Congress years ago. However, if I also know 1563, which appears next in the calendar, contains reasonable and necessary modifications recommended by the committee that will help offset unsustainable local special education costs, would I then press the green button and move forward with the formula changes recommended in the unanimous report of 1563? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient Legislative House Bill 1557. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1563 FN Local, an act relative to the special education aid formula. When considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation is to go out of pass with amendment. Senator Rick Ladd for the committee. The amendment is 0546H, printed in House Record 7, pages 74 through 75. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it's going to the Committee on Finance. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1574 FN, an act authorizing school districts to extend free and reduced lunch benefits for special education students. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Daniel Popovici Mueller for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0632H, printed in House Record 7, pages 75 through 76. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance too. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1791 FNA, an act directing the Department of Education to establish a grant program at the post-secondary educational level for individuals with developmental disabilities, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Wayne Burton for the minority of the committee. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's 7 community colleges aspire to serve the 1,000 students with disabilities who, having been on an IEP in secondary schools and enroll in their community college, each of which has a budget for only one dedicated supporting staff member. And if I know that New Hampshire is the only state not providing funding for supplemental programming to the colleges for students with autism, attention deficit disorder, and other conditions that do not disappear once the students graduate from high school. And if I know our investment in special education at the secondary level is more likely to pay off if the students successfully gain the skills and knowledge required to live and work independently, provided by post-secondary programming, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill creates a new unfunded grant program to help colleges support developmentally disabled students, however, if I also know that UNH previously had a similar program based on federal grants but decided to drop the program, would I then press the green button in support of the committee majority? Thank you.
The motion before us, majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1791. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education funding, to which was referred House Bill 1799 FN, Act relative to required state funding for providing an opportunity for an adequate education. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Dick Ames from the minority of the committee. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1799. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Supreme Court has ordered the legislature to increase the base cost of an adequate education to at least $7,356 per student, and if I know all legislators and the governor have taken a solemn pledge to uphold the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire, which includes complying with orders from the Supreme Court, and if I know taxpayers all across the state are demanding tax relief, and I'm not talking about the guys at Apple, Amazon, and Walmart, I'm talking about property taxpayers who place a priority on great public schools and have high expectations for our kids, then would I press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that we can do what the court and voters from all over the state demand of us, property tax relief, and to fund our high-quality public schools, and will no doubt hold us accountable in November. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill increases adequacy payments by approximately $675 million per year, and if I know this bill requires municipalities to transmit all SWEP collected to the Department of Revenue Administration for deposit in the Education Trust Fund effected upon passage, if I know this bill establishes a commission to consider potential revenues for state levies or state revenue sharing from distinct classes of property, enterprise, and income, and lastly, if I know that how the state and its local government entities choose to raise, allocate, and spend financial resources for public education is a political policy matter reserved to the legislative and executive judgment and control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Press the green button.
The motion before us is a Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1799. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 185 voting aye, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1803 FN, Act rendering a recipient of an education tax credit, scholarship, and eligible to receive education freedom account funds in the same program year. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is officially seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1803. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Fellows for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that for 15 years, students have received scholarships for private school tuition through a state program subsidized by state business tax credits, and now more than 1,000 students have enrolled in both this program and the Education Freedom Account program, and if I know this bill will close the loophole that allows this two-program double dipping and make it possible for 1,000 additional new students to receive tax credit tuition scholarships, and if I believe allowing this double dipping is particularly unfair because these students are receiving $8,000 to $10,000 a year, while the average state adequacy aid grant for local public school students is only half that amount, $4,700. And finally, if I know that the state's failure to adequately fund our local public schools is the reason New Hampshire has the #1 highest property tax per capita at twice the national average, should I push the red button and defeat the motion to ITL so we can move forward with this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Peoples for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill takes away education tax scholarships from families receiving EFA funds, and if I know that every ETC scholarship dollar comes from private donations, and if I know these families are amongst the poorest in our state, and I know that punishing our most vulnerable families because they dared to take their children out of public schools is simply cruel, now would I press the green button to support the ITL motion?
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1803. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Moffett. Representative Seibert.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say the vote. 191 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1826 FN, an act relative to the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that officially seconded? It is officially seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1826. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill, sponsored by my colleague from Haverhill, fails to acknowledge the state school funding formula is unconstitutional, and if I know this bill fails to increase public school funding to meaningful levels, but if I know this bill does increase state funding to school districts by $25 million, which reduces the burden on local property taxes by that same amount, then would I press the red button so that we can at least provide some property tax relief for our constituents across the state? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1826 proposes to adjust the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education to the same figures as the House passed a year ago, but which were rejected by the other body, did not survive the committee of conference, and were not contained in HB 2 as passed for the 26-27 biennium. And if I know that it's premature and unnecessary in the middle of the budget cycle to adjust them again for the next biennium, and if I know that at this time there is no associated revenue source that would support this unbudgeted $28 million increase in spending, then would I now press the green button to support the committee's ITL motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1826. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wallner. Representative Selig.
While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 1831 FN, an act repealing the Education Trust Fund Targeted Aid Cap. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Keith Earth with majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, been unable to agree with the majority of the report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Suzanne Creation for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I wish to make a motion.
State your motion.
I wish to table House Bill 1831.
That is a proper motion.
Roll call.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1831. Senator Luno has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. motion before us is to table House Bill 1831. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that if 1831 is passed, the growing disparity in aid between cities such as Manchester and property poorer towns will continue to expand statewide. And if I know with the introduction of fiscal capacity disparity aid in FY27, the legislature made an important shift directing added support to communities having a lower property wealth per student than Manchester. And lastly, if I know the tabling motion will maintain fairness in the distribution of targeted education aid between cities and towns, will I then press the green button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cretion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Manchester School District has a $4,000 gap in its per pupil funding compared to the state average, and if I know 54% of the students are living in poverty, and if I know that the district is facing a financial catastrophe with depleted emergency funds and a $15 million shortfall, and finally, if I acknowledge and have the largest number of students in the state, we must conclude that the educational improvement that Manchester is making must continue. Please press the red button to undo the tabling motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1831. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 187 voting yea, 158 voting nay. House Bill 1831 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which is referred House Bill 1835 FN, an act relative to the formula for distribution of aid to school districts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1467 FN, an act establishing the New Hampshire Seal of Civic Excellence and Engagement Program. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Valerie McDonald for the committee. The amendment is 0522H, printed in House Record 7, pages 67. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1571 FNA, an act requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curriculum, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kirsten Noble for the committee. The amendment is 0412H, printed in House Record 7, pages 75. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And that's going to finance too.
$17.92. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, which was referred House Bill 1792 FN, an act prohibiting school districts and personnel from the instruction of critical race theory and LGBTQ plus ideologies in schools, as well as establishing a private right of action for violations. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lauren Selig for the minority of the committee. Representative Coker is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. So I rise today to speak against House Bill 1792. I really debated on whether or not I wanted to speak about this, but honestly, I just can't sit there in silence. I just couldn't live with that. What disturbs me most about this bill isn't the bill itself, it's the pattern. When one side gains power, it immediately looks for ways to silence the other side, to restrict ideas, and to control what can be discussed, to punish what makes it uncomfortable. We criticized the left when they were doing this, and now we're trying to do this. We used to believe in debate. We used to believe bad ideas should be defeated in the open, not banned, not buried, not outlawed by government force. To my colleagues on this side of the room, I've spoken to many of you privately. You've told me you don't think this is a good bill, but you feel pressure from the party platform. I understand that. But maybe it's time we lead the party when it strays from what normal people just trying to afford to live their lives actually want. We were not elected to be mindless robots. We were elected to think. If I could trade my seat in this body to kill this bill, I would do it in a split second because I believe the principles of free thought are that important. There is no chance, none, that I'm going to replace left woke with right woke, and that's exactly what this bill does. Vote no. Thank you.
The House will be in order. And it'd be nice if the House quieted down so we could hear the speakers. Representative Perronel is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a speech that I was really hoping I wouldn't have to give. The title of this bill is the Countering Hate and Revolutionary Leftist Indoctrination in Education Act, or the Charlie Act. It was written in honor of Charlie Kirk, a man we saw murdered in cold blood because he dared to speak freely and truthfully. He boldly dared to hold events on college campuses with the express purpose of having open dialogue with fellow citizens who hold opposing viewpoints. He should not have lost his life defending our right to free thought and speech. Unfortunately, this is where our country is. largely due to the progressive leftist ideology that gaslights us with their upside-down view of
The
the
member will
truth.
suspend for a minute. So I guess what I want to ask is, how long would you like this to take? Because every time there's a disruption in this hallowed chamber, I am going to stop and talk, I don't know, for 15 or 20 seconds. My advice is, if you can't handle hearing things you disagree with, maybe this is not the room for you to be in at the moment. The member will continue.
They use words like kindness, love, and tolerance. They claim that hate has no place here. What they mean is they will be kind, loving, and tolerant if we blindly follow their philosophy. How do I know this? Because I have friends of 30 years who will no longer look me in the eye, avoid me at the sign of peace during Mass, yet I am the same person I have always been. But because I have been elected by a particular party with a philosophy that differs from them, because I dare to speak freely, I am treated like I am not a human being. Recently, I had a phone conversation with a teacher, a friend of almost 30 years. We raised our kids together. We have had many thoughtful conversations. And I tried to remind her of that, but she tossed headlines at me as if to reduce my humanity to the level of the propaganda that she seemed to idolize. When I got off the phone, I was devastated. My thought was that this must be how people felt during the Civil War, when brothers had to fight brothers. The left tells us that we are creating the division, but the division has already been created by the media and the leftist indoctrination in the public schools. While attending a class at Columbia Teachers College, I watched my friend take notes about their prescribed ideology causing division. Having witnessed this from the highest teaching institution, I know that what I say is true. And in the words of Archbishop Fulton Sheen, a popular television evangelist from the 1950s, America is suffering not so much from intolerance, which is bigotry, as it is from, America is suffering not so much from intolerance, which is bigotry, as it is from tolerance, which is indifference to truth and error, and a philosophical nonchalance that has been interpreted as broad-mindedness. Please vote ought to pass on House Bill 1792 and return truth to public education, because this is how we improve our public schools. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Does a member yield for a question? The member does not yield. Members are reminded to talk about the bill and never assign motive. It's just words on paper. Discuss those words and their legal impact, what you think will happen, I guess, but not the reason the words were put on the paper. Representative Selig is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 1792 FN. If this bill becomes law, it will create expensive lawsuits, not better schools. It opens new avenues to sue school districts and even individual teachers over vague complaints. That means higher legal bills, higher insurance premiums, and more taxpayer money diverted away from classrooms. Local property taxpayers, not the state, would foot the bill. We should be investing in literacy, math support, career pathways, and student services, not attorneys and liability coverage. Second, this bill is simply too vague to follow. Terms like revolutionary leftist indoctrination and LGBTQ ideologies are not clearly defined educational standards. They are political talking points. Teachers and administrators will have no consistent way to determine what is permitted and what is prohibited. That guarantees confusion, uneven enforcement, and fear-based censorship. It invites politically motivated complaints meant to silence legitimate differences of perspectives. Laws should be clear and workable. This one is neither. Let me be plain. Teachers in New Hampshire are not indoctrinating students into Marxism or any other political ideology. As a former teacher, if I could indoctrinate my students, it would have been to shower and show up with their homework. They are teaching students to teachers are teaching students to think deeply about complex issues, to ask hard questions, to analyze evidence, and to articulate their own ideas. That's not indoctrination, that's education. Strong classrooms encourage inquiry, discussion, and respectful disagreement. They prepare students to be thoughtful citizens, not passive followers. Third, this bill clashes with the school's duty to protect all students. Educators are legally required to stop bullying and harassment and ensure that every student feels safe. When a student is targeted, teachers must respond and affirm that every child deserves equal respect. Under this bill, doing so could expose them to accusations and legal risk, which creates a no-win situation. Fourth, this bill further undermines local control. New Hampshire has long trusted local school boards to oversee curriculum and reflect their community's values. HB 1792FN micromanages classroom speech from the State House and locks partisan culture war language into statute. We should ask ourselves, would Republicans support a bill censoring conservative viewpoints if Democrats controlled the legislature? Of course not. Neither should Democrats support a bill that goes the other way. Overly partisan provisions have no place in statute, regardless of which party advances them. Finally, this bill weakens honest, old-fashioned education. Real education does not require condemning ideas before students can examine them. It requires teaching students how to compare systems, Marxism and fascism, communism and capitalism, and evaluate their strengths, their weaknesses, their historical consequences. How can clubs function if certain arguments are off limits? How do we foster critical thinking if teachers fear personal lawsuits for facilitating discussion? Our history shows that questioning government policy is not unpatriotic. It's profoundly American. The suffragettes secured women's right to vote because citizens spoke out. The civil rights movement expanded liberty because people challenged unjust laws. We do students a disservice if we teach only our triumphs and hide our failures. A mature democracy studies both, celebrating progress while learning from mistakes. HB 1792FN does not strengthen education. It invites litigation, spreads confusion, puts educators in jeopardy, undermines local control, and chills the inquiry that makes education meaningful. Our students deserve classrooms where they are taught to think, not what to think, where informed, respectful dissent is recognized as the cornerstone of American democracy. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Osborne is recognized to speak for the committee report. And to quote the sergeant from Hill Street Blues, hey, let's be careful out there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise today in support of HB 1792. Let me start with a question. What is the purpose of a public school? Is it to teach children to read, to write, to do math, to understand science and history? Or is it to sort 6-year-olds by their skin color and tell them who's the oppressor and who's the victim? Because right now in schools that you and I fund with our tax dollars, children are being subjected to critical race theory and radical gender ideology, not as mere topics of discussion, but as doctrine, as gospel, as the very price of admission to participation in public education. A self-described liberal parent from the Hillsborough Deering School District testified before the committee that her son is, I quote, overwhelmed with sexual content and racial misinformation at his high school. Now, this woman has worked as a sex offender counselor at the New Hampshire State Prison. Her words, "It's obvious to me." Now, when someone who has spent her career identifying predatory behavior tells you that something is wrong in our schools, you listen. And she's not alone. Over 300 people submitted testimony in support of this bill: parents, grandparents, taxpayers. A gay man from Newton wrote that the woke agenda, his words again, pushed by the education establishment does not speak for him. A couple from Hillsborough said simply, education used to be about reading, writing, and arithmetic. Let's get back to the basics. These aren't culture warriors. These are just parents who want their kids to learn to read and do math. Now, what does this bill actually do? Because we're being told that it bans books, that it silences teachers, that it erases history. Read the bill. HB 1792 prohibits school districts from instructing, not discussing, not mentioning, instructing children in critical race theory and radical gender ideology. It does not ban a single book from a shelf. It does not prevent a teacher from teaching the full, unvarnished history of this country, including slavery, including the civil rights movement, including every hard truth that we want our children to learn about. But what it does do is draw a bright line. You cannot use a public school classroom to tell a child that they are inherently racist because of the color of their skin. You cannot use a public school classroom to push sexual ideology on children whose parents do not consent to it. And if a school district crosses that line, parents have the right to hold them accountable. And that's what the private right of action in this bill does. It gives parents, not bureaucrats, not unions, parents, the power to enforce it. Now, some are going to call this bill extreme. Now, let me tell you what's actually extreme. What's extreme is telling a third grader to rank their racial privilege. What's extreme is a teacher telling a 12-year-old girl that maybe she's actually a boy without her parents' knowledge. What's extreme is spending millions of dollars on DEI consultants while our kids fall behind in reading and math. That's extreme. This bill is the correction. A former representative of this body said it best in her testimony. She doesn't want New Hampshire to become another Venezuela, a country destroyed by the very ideology that's being smuggled into our children's classrooms under the banner of equity and inclusion. And she's right. When schools stop teaching children to be Americans and start radicalizing them to become activists, we are on a dangerous path. And I'll close with this. The Constitution that we all swore oath to, the First Amendment, it doesn't just protect speech, it protects conscience. No child should be compelled by the state to affirm an ideology that contradicts their own values. No parent should have to choose between a public education and their child's innocence. A vote for the Charlie Act is a vote for parents, a vote for academic excellence, a vote for the basic idea that school should teach reading, writing, and arithmetic and leave the rest to their families. And a vote against it is to maintain the status quo. And the status quo, unfortunately, is indoctrination. And I urge you to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much.
Does the member yield for a question? Member does not yield. Representative Cornell requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is well seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass in House Bill 1792. Representative Balboni is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the language in HB 1792 is too vague and similar to that of the 2021 Divisive Concepts Law, which the federal court has ruled unconstitutional, and if I value local decision-making and believe that communities, parents, and school boards are best positioned to guide curriculum and instruction, as well as address discrimination and bullying issues. And finally, if I believe in free expression and thoughtful civic discourse, and I am concerned about exposing local taxpayers to potentially costly litigation over due process, First Amendment, and equal protection claims, would I now press the red button to join the 1,271 Granite Staters who registered their opposition to this bill and allow our teachers to focus on educating and protecting all students while avoiding unnecessary state overreach and legal risk?
Representative Noble is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that public schools should be promoting universal values such as resilience, kindness, and respect, if I know that public schools should be neutral and not tipping the scale in either direction of the political spectrum, if I know that we need to get the culture wars out of the classroom, and if I know that parents have been self-segregating from the public schools for years so that their family values are not undermined, and that is a fact, would I then press the green button?
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 1792. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the read button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Hold up. Representative, wait. Representative Wilhelm. Representative Aylward.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative, 164 in the negative. The committee report's adopted, and House Bill 1792 is referred to the Committee on Finance. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion, please.
I move that the debate on HB 1792 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which is referred House Bill 1083 FN, an act requiring the disclosure of the source of certain political donations in state elections, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Clayton Wood for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? What now? Oops. Representative Muir has recognized to speak against the committee report.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tens of millions of dollars in out-of-state money were dumped into the last New Hampshire governor's race. They were given to the campaigns by political committees like the Democratic Governors Association, the Republican Governors Association, in such amazing volumes that, according to my calculations, more than $30 per voter were contributed by organizations like those to the governor's race. All dark money. We have no idea where the donations came from. This bill would compel political committees to reveal the original sources of their funds. That's all it would do. It wouldn't limit how much political committees give to campaigns. It wouldn't regulate political campaigns. It would just ask political committees to do what we as candidates have to do, which is reveal the identities of those who give them money only when they make massive contributions to New Hampshire state elections. This bill would only take effect for political committees that give over $500,000 to a gubernatorial campaign. That's the threshold. If you give $400,000, you don't have to reveal the identity of your donors. $500,000 or more. So we're talking about not just dark money, but massive dark money. That's what this bill would do. I've sat through any number of I've enjoyed and profited from participating in any number of election law public hearings and discussions where different of my colleagues from my party and the opposing party have said that what really matters in campaign finance is transparency. It's really hard to regulate money, just like it's hard to sort of dam up a river. It's hard to stop money from where people with money want it to go. But we can insist on transparency. And that's what this bill does. It insists on transparency. So a vote against this bill is a vote to protect dark money, and dark money doesn't need our protection. A vote against this bill is a vote to protect the role of big money in New Hampshire statewide elections. And big money does not need our protection. For that reason, I ask you to vote against the ITL motion.
Representative Woods
Mr. Speaker, may I please request a roll call vote?
Representative Wood is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not here to defend dark money. Even running at a state representative my first term, we were accused of dark money, $100,000, believe it or not. Someone had no experience at all, and that's what I was receiving from dark money. Basically, this bill requires a disclosure, a magical disclosure of all these names, and somehow we're going to tie it in to the problems that we have politically in our country. It's pretty clear that what they're asking for creates more work for the Secretary of State with little gain from what no one can prove any gain. This bill doesn't ask to lower the amount, control the expenditure. We just want a list of names. To me, that is so close to telling me what's going wrong in this country that it's not even worth talking about. I mean, all it's going to do is create an illusion of security and a lot of accusation. So people running for a state representative, one of 400, will have to listen to this stuff. What I would like you to do is just look at what we have already in place. We're not controlling this money. This bill will do nothing to change it. If this bill had to do with lowering it, controlling the expenditures that made sense politically, I may consider this bill. But just to get a collection of names and then have someone to DOS or someone to email or someone to Facebook about, I'm not up for that. So please, I respectfully ask you to vote ITL on this House bill. Thank you. House Bill 1083. Thank you.
Representative Muirhead requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate on House Bill 1083. Representative Muirhead is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that out-of-state money is really flooding our state elections, if I know that this bill would ask political committees to do, or that give massive amounts of money to statewide elections, to do the same thing that we as candidates already have to do. And if I know that one of my political heroes, John McCain, were he alive today, would emphatically support this bill, then would I press the red button?
Representative Woods recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1083 creates additional administrative complexity and enforcement burden for the Secretary of State, and if I know current campaign finance laws already impose enough disclosure requirements, and finally, if I know there's no clear evidence that this bill would meaningfully enhance transparency or public trust, then I would vote the green button and ITL this bill. Thank you.
The questions of the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate on House Bill 1083. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Boschman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 161 in negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Election Law, to which is referred House Bill 1600 FN, an act requiring the Division of Motor Vehicles to make available the opportunity to register to vote at the time of application for or renewal of a driver's license or non-driver's identification card. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the committee. The committee amendment is 0626H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 79 to 81. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Representative Lane moves floor amendment 0771H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Representative Berry is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is very simple. It removes the unfunded mandates that would require this database be available at the polling locations, which is just not feasible in some situations because some of you guys don't have internet. So that's what it does. It was a bipartisan agreement to remove that. Add that the majority leader will also receive a copy of the report in the back end of the bill, and I hope the body votes green.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0771H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted, and we're on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. House Bill 1600 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1627 FN, an act creating a single primary ballot. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative James Guzowski for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes have it, and the report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1838 FN, an act establishing a voter-owned elections fund and commission and raising vehicle registration fees. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Robert Wary for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes have it. The majority report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1457 FN, an act relative to natural organic reduction of human remains. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jackie Grota from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Pearson for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee? No, there doesn't. The question is on the amendment, which is 0560H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 64 to 65. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now the question is the main motion about to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Nobody's up for the guy.
All right, the question is the report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1457. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bose. Well, Representatives Terry, Scully, Wood, and Ors. Yes, so.
Yeah. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 301 in the affirmative, 48 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1457 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 1458, FN, an act relative to the licensing of massage, reflexology, structural integration, and Asian bodywork facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Erica Leon from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Heath Howard for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0638H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 65 to 66. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 0833H, which can be found in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, along with the one to follow it, are addressing an absolute scourge that's happening in this state. Right now, there's sex trafficking happening in storefront locations where women are being moved in the dark of night, in box trucks or in vans, to locations either in the state or out of the state. We have a big problem because there's many misdemeanors and felonies that are being committed, but because there's essentially ghosts operating some of these locations, there's no way to actually prosecute the people. This floor amendment will make the committee amendment that we just adopted flow entirely in with the next bill that we will hear. This bill here requires that somebody will have to provide their social security number or taxpayer identification number and pass a criminal background check by the state police, proving that they don't have convictions for sex crimes, human trafficking, or kidnapping if they want to operate a location with more than one massage therapist or body worker in a facility. This is the law enforcement first bill, and with this amendment, we'll also be able to adopt the regulation first one at the same time with no conflicts in the language. So if you want to make sure that these monsters that are taking women in the back of trucks up and down the eastern seaboard to provide sexual services against their will can actually spend time in federal prison or state prison, I need you to vote for this floor amendment and this bill afterwards. Together, it'll be a great package, but if you want these guys in prison, vote for this floor amendment and the bill. Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0833H. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1458. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted, and House Bill 1458 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 1469, F&A, an act relative to the licensing and inspections requirements for massage therapy establishments and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jackie Grota for the committee. The amendment is 0615H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 67 through 70. Questions on adoption of the amendment? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion of ought to pass is amended on House Bill 1469. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The report's adopted, and House Bill 1469 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred House Bill 1555 FN, an act relative to the administration and enforcement of the State Fire Code, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Erica Leon for the committee. The amendment is 0668H, printed in House Record 7 on page 73. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion, the majority committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report's adopted. And House Bill 1555 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1811 FN, an act repealing statutory immunization requirements for children. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Matt Drew for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative William Palmer for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0644H, printed in House Record 7 on page 92. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the adoption of the committee amendment 0644H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Foreman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 in the affirmative, 171 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1811 FN. Representative LaMontagne is recognized to speak. Hold up. Sorry, never mind. My bad. Representative Potenza is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, where there is risk, there must be choice. The sky is not falling without mandates, and the arguments claiming otherwise simply do not hold water. Much of what we hear from the departments, the special interests, the lobbyists, and pharmaceutical stakeholders is doublespeak. This bill does not prohibit vaccination. It restores individualized medical decision-making in circumstances where no population-level risk exists. Mandates have no place in a constitutional republic, particularly when the evidence demonstrates real harm, serious implications, and loss of life. Denying a person the right to informed consent is a denial of their fundamental human rights. Informed consent is not a technicality or a courtesy. It is the ethical line that separates medicine from coercion. The existence of my rights does not extinguish yours. Where your rights begin, mine do not end. A society that claims to respect bodily autonomy cannot selectively suspend it when doing so becomes politically convenient. And let me be clear about something else. A system that requires people to ask permission to exercise their rights is not freedom. An exemption is not choice. An exemption, it is an admission that the mandate should not exist in the first place. In a free society, the default position is liberty, not compliance, followed by bureaucratic forgiveness. People should not have to disclose private medical or religious information, fill out forms, or seek approval from the government to control what happens to their own bodies. That is not freedom. That is not choice. Mandates do not belong in a free society. Before I give this next example, we need to acknowledge a basic truth. All medical interventions carry risk, including vaccination. There is no such thing as a risk-free medical procedure, which is precisely why informed consent and bodily autonomy matter. If we accept the logic used to justify vaccine mandates, we must confront its implications honestly. Ask yourself this: would it be ethical or lawful to kill one healthy human being to save 10 others through forced organ donation? The answer is unequivocally no. We reject that scenario because we recognize a foundational principle. No human being may be reduced to a means to an end. Bodily autonomy is not overridden by utilitarian math. Yet vaccine mandates rely on that very same reasoning, that an individual's bodily autonomy may be violated for a perceived collective benefit. This is where the argument collapses under its own weight. If bodily autonomy is inviolable in every other area of medicine, organ donation, blood transfusion, participation in clinical trials, it cannot subtly become conditional when the subject is vaccination. Ethical standards do not change based on political urgency. Supporters of mandates often speak out of both sides of their mouths. They champion my body, my choice in one context while dismissing the same principle in another. They claim to support informed consent while endorsing policies that punish refusal, coerce compliance, or deny employment, education, or participation in society. Consent obtained under threat is not consent, it is coercion. Public health does not require abandoning ethics. Trust, transparency, and voluntary participation are not obstacles to public health. They are its foundation. Once the state claims the authority to override informed consent, there is no limiting principle left. At that point, the issue is no longer about vaccines, it's about power. Who decides when your body is no longer your own? The government? Not on my watch. A free society does not compel medical procedures through force or penalty. It persuades with evidence, respects individual judgment, and upholds human dignity, even when doing so is inconvenient. Please press the green button and support the committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Representative LaMontagne is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
HB 1811 will repeal all of the childhood immunization requirements that have been keeping children safe from potentially serious diseases for decades. You have heard that this bill is about restoring trust in medical authorities and informed consent. Informed consent for childhood vaccines takes place in the doctor's office between the provider and parent. We already have that. This bill does not change that. Rather than restore trust, this will decrease trust in vaccines. For the state to say that we no longer require vaccines for children to go to school suggests that to the public that the state was wrong about them before, and that maybe vaccines aren't safe after all. This will reduce vaccination rates across the state. Declining vaccination rates around the country have led to diseases we once had under control to come back, as we have seen with measles. A decade ago, we had an average of 200 measles cases a year. As of February 13th, the CDC has confirmed 900 cases so far in 2026. Empirical evidence from any injury resulting vaccines in the current schedule is 1 in a million. Measles will kill 1 in 1,000 infected children. Our committee heard overwhelming testimony from public health experts and every medical professional association in the state, from primary care providers, nurses, pediatricians. They all begged with us not to pass this bill. But the majority chose to ignore this in favor of anecdotal testimonies in their previously held convictions. It does not give more parental choice. We already allow exemptions, no questions asked. That's not coercion. But if passed, this bill will threaten public health programs that protect all of us, including the unvaccinated. We have heard that other countries don't have vaccine requirements and have high vaccination rates. Well, those countries also have universal health care and high participation in all aspects of health care. In Japan, one country cited people visit their doctor an average of 9 times a year. They have a primary care-based pro-wellness healthcare system. We have some kids showing up to school that haven't been to a doctor in years. Now, the committee amendment, which failed, would have just left polio, and many people were afraid of not having a polio requirement anymore. But do we really think polio was the only disease we have to worry about? Last year, I told this body about my husband's father becoming permanently paralyzed from polio in 1955. Let me tell you another story. A good friend's older brother died in 1958 from meningitis, a brain infection now prevented by the Hib vaccine. Jerry never knew his brother because Jeffrey died before Jerry was born. His parents lost their first son, a healthy 2-year-old, who succumbed rapidly to his infection and died in the hospital in the middle of the night. It was a tragedy from which his mother never fully recovered. There seems to be a generational amnesia about what childhood diseases were like before universal vaccines. As a late baby boomer, I had several illnesses like mumps and chickenpox. The vast majority of children survived these episodes without serious illness. But many children were very sick, became permanently disabled, or died from diseases we now protect them with vaccination. Prior to 1963, measles resulted in annually around 48,000 hospitalizations and 500 deaths a year. Measles was the leading childhood cause of deafness and death. My brother, at 5 years of age, was in the hospital for an entire month from pneumonia resulting from his measles infection. The American Academy of Pediatrics find that our 9 vaccines required from school prevents every 10 years 1 million deaths and 32 million hospitalizations, saving over $500 billion in direct medical costs. Do we want to bring that back? In other words, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Science has since taught us that vaccines significantly reduce the emergence of the virus and later complications such as shingles from chickenpox, brain damage from measles, and male sterility from mumps. What is right down the road if HB 1811 passes? New Hampshire has the lowest vaccination rate for measles in New England. Do you want to be the legislature that ushers in the next outbreak of measles a year or 2 down the road, costing the state millions of dollars in health care costs and perhaps the lives of a few children? Please believe in public health, believe in science, and vote against the OTP. And I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Drew is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start off again with what this bill is not. HB 1811 is not a ban on vaccines. It does not reduce the availability of the vaccines. It does not interfere with state or federal recommendations or funding. It does not stop your doctor from administering any vaccines to you or your children. What it does do is remove the vaccine mandate from statute. What a vaccine mandate does is force some children to accept risk and injury in order to protect others. I urge you to listen to the opponents of this bill. They will tell you about the dangers of contagious disease, which are real. They will tell you about the benefits of the vaccines. If they mention safety at all, they will assure you that the vaccines are very safe and effective. What they won't ever do is talk about the risks in detail. This is a narrative playbook designed to elicit compliance. The same narrative was deployed to support the COVID shot, and for the same reason. Those who have been vaccine injured know this narrative because they've heard it all before, even as their vaccine injuries were occurring. Family after family has been belittled, mocked, and dismissed. Their young children quietly sacrificed on the altar of public health. That is the uncomfortable truth about vaccines. While they may work to protect the public from contagious disease, there is also a large group of people who have been hurt by these vaccines. Vaccine injuries are real, and they are not nearly as rare as opponents of this bill would have you believe. There are a number of people in this room, your neighbors and colleagues, who have been injured by vaccines mandated by our state, and they have been ignored. I want you to look them in the eye and tell them that yes, you believe that their children should be forced to suffer so that yours can be safe. Don't force the risk of mandates on their children. Vote for this bill. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes, I do.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you believe that vaccines are not very safe and that they are so unsafe that they are the only medicinal product that has to have a liability shield so that people can't sue the manufacturer?
I would, in fact, believe that, yes.
Does the member yield for a follow-up?
Yes, I do.
And maybe next time the member should just sign up for a speech. Would you believe that I really mean that?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well noted. Would you believe that vaccines are not very safe at all and that the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program has had to pay out over $5 billion to compensate those who have been injured by vaccines and their claims have been substantiated?
Yes, I would believe that.
Okie dokie. Representative McDonald requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All right, the question is the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1811, and Representative Weber is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that correlation is not causation, and if I know that childhood diseases present less of a threat now than they did before, and that is not because they are not dangerous, but because they are relatively rare. And if I remember that my daddy dragged his left leg behind him for all of his life after the age of 2, because of his polio, would I remember and vote red?
Representative Wayne McDonald is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents want to take care of their children's health and make their own best decisions as to how they proceed to do so, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill seeks to achieve that end by respecting the rights of parents, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents will not be prevented from getting their children vaccinated under this bill, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation is consistent with other pro-parent and pro-family bills we have already passed in this chamber, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and support the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
The question is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1811. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 155 in the affirmative, 192 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Palmer moves an expedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which is referred House Bill 1499 FN, an act relative to additional grounds for eviction under the Landlord and Tenant Statute. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Calvin Boulier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Page for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0490H, printed in House Records 7 on pages 71 to 72. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended, and Representative David Page is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority opposes this bill not because landlords should be deprived of the authority to address dangerous or unlawful conduct. Of course, they should have that authority. They already do. Under current New Hampshire law, landlords may terminate a tenancy for good cause, including conduct that threatens the health or safety of other residents, damages property, interferes with others' peaceful enjoyment, or involves material misrepresentation connected to the tenancy. In other words, if a tenant lies on an application, submits falsified documents, or engages in criminal behavior that reasonably jeopardizes residents or property, eviction is already allowed. To the extent this bill just reaffirms those principles, it's redundant. The real question before us is whether this bill meaningfully improves safety or whether it simply expands eviction grounds in ways that are unnecessary, confusing, and ultimately counterproductive. Where this bill goes further than existing law is to create new categorical eviction grounds tied broadly to past convictions without requiring a meaningful connection to the tenant's conduct in the housing. So we should ask ourselves some simple questions. Do we want to evict a family because a teenager in that family made a dumb mistake, perhaps a shoplifting offense or a drug possession conviction that has nothing to do with the safety of neighbors? Should a person in recovery who has served their time and who we are investing significant state resources to support, should they remain perpetually at risk of losing housing? Housing stability is one of the strongest predictors of successful recovery and reentry. If we make housing easier to lose, we may actually drive recidivism and undermine public safety rather than promote it. Similarly, tying housing stability to certain immigration-related misdemeanors can unfairly penalize families who remain in the U.S. for humanitarian reasons with no meaningful connection to public safety. But the biggest concern here is the conflict with federal law. Federal fair housing law requires individualized, conduct-based assessments when criminal history is considered. Federal guidance explicitly cautions against blanket policies that are untethered from the nature, severity, and recency of the conduct. Passage of a state statute does not relieve landlords of their federal obligations. By encouraging these broad categorical eviction grounds, this bill risks placing landlords in a legal minefield where state law appears to authorize actions that federal law still prohibits. And that uncertainty serves no one. The minority strongly reaffirms that landlords must be able to act decisively when tenant conduct genuinely threatens safety or property. But those tools already exist in statute. What this bill adds is not clarity, but risk. Risk of unintended displacement, risk of conflict with federal law, and ultimately the risk of future litigation. For these reasons, and because we believe public safety and housing can and must coexist, the minority respectfully recommends that the bill be found inexpedient to legislate. And I would urge you to vote red on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bullier is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honesty is the best housing policy. So let's be honest about what this bill does and why it is necessary. In New Hampshire, a tenant of restricted property, which includes the vast majority of residential properties, may only be evicted for the reasons listed in RSA 542, Roman numeral 2. As of today, the only allowable reasons include not paying rent, damage to the property, not complying with the lease, behavior which adversely affects the health or safety of others, not leaving for lead abatement or pest remediation, accusations of domestic violence, or finally, quote, other good cause. Other good cause. What is other good cause? If we were to read the decisions of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, we would learn that the term other good cause on RSA 540 is, quote, ambiguous on its face. For those unfamiliar with the term ambiguous, ambiguous means something that has several possible meanings or is difficult to understand or classify. It is therefore no wonder that our New Hampshire Supreme Court justices have been asked to resolve this ambiguity regarding other good cause no less than a dozen times in the last 25 years. Let's make it clear for our justices and for our housing providers. Let's make a few things unambiguous. If you lie about who you are, either through fraud or identity theft, that's good cause for eviction. If you were recently convicted of a felony, that's good cause for eviction. If you were recently convicted of violating the immigration laws of this country, that's good cause for eviction. If you are a registered sex offender, including an offender against children, that's good cause for eviction. Of course, some rehabilitated criminals may turn their lives around. Some housing providers may want to assume the risk and give someone a second chance. This bill has a safe harbor, so a conviction disclosed in writing before a lease starts will let housing providers make an informed decision and protect that tenant from eviction for something that was acknowledged from the start of the lease. It won't, however, protect those who hide who they are. This eviction action can also be bifurcated, not kicking an entire family out of the apartment, but simply the offending tenant. For my colleagues who fret about confusion for landlords, the term other good cause provides little clarity for housing providers or any other matter. Background checks don't always catch everything, and sometimes circumstances may change during a tenancy. I will reiterate that this is not a blanket ban. Not only is there protection for those recently rehabilitated criminals that are upfront and honest, it's also time limited. The 5-year look back for a tenant's felony conviction has already been shown to be fair housing compliant elsewhere. Where, you ask? Well, for example, the New York City Housing Authority bans felons from renting for 5 or 6 years, sometimes even for life, depending on the crime. Let's protect housing providers and honest tenants. Let's make it clear that evicting convicted criminals who hide their background, identity thieves, and registered sex offenders is not just good cause, it's a great cause. I urge this body to support the majority's recommendation of ought to pass as amended.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Polozov requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. We'll switch it up to a roll call vote. All right, the questions of the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1499. Representative David Page is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I want to reaffirm landlords' authority to evict tenants that pose a threat to property or safety, but recognize this authority already exists under current law, and if I know this bill creates confusion and conflict between state and federal law without improving public safety and while inviting costly litigation, would I now press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sherry Minor is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill provides clarity to housing providers who have an interest in protecting their investments and their tenants, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know this bill has reasonable safeguards so the individuals who have turned their lives around have a fair opportunity to obtain housing. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that honesty is the best policy for both landlords and tenants. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if I know that identity thieves, recent felons, and registered sex offenders are not a protected class in our fair housing laws, would I then press the green button to adopt the majority vote? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions of the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1499. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bale.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 154 in the negative. The committee report's adopted, and House Bill 1499 is referred to the Committee on Finance. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
Please state your motion.
I would request that we place the entirety of the debate on HB 1811 into the permanent journal.
Can you say that again?
Place 1811 into the permanent journal, the debate, please.
Without objection? So ordered. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1732 FN, an act relative to housing accessibility and voucher allocation in new multi-unit developments. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Julie Miles for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alan Howland for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Howland is recognized to speak against the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body has worked hard over the last few years to add legislation that would add the kind of housing that we need. But it's important to keep in mind that the design of the units that we build affects the access of people to those units, which is particularly important when we think about people with disabilities. Universal design standards are developed to try to give the broadest access to the units regardless of the ability of the residents. The good thing about universal design is that it's more fiscally responsible to start with a good design than try to retrofit a building after you've already built it. The minority of the committee felt that it's a good idea to link universal design standards to proven housing incentive programs, two of which come to mind are infrastructure grants, where universal designs would become part of the criteria to grant those infrastructure grants, and those are found in the Housing Champions program, which have added thousands of new units. Additionally, at the local level, 79E, which is the Community Revitalization Tax Credit, would allow local municipalities to add universal design standards and require or ask to get an abatement. Developers would need to provide a portion of the units with universal design. Both of these would help smooth the curve and not only add new housing, but add the disability housing that we know we need. I would ask this body to press red so that an amendment that does provide the type of housing that we know we need could be brought forward. Thank you.
Representative Miles is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I rise in support today of the majority committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Colleagues, everyone in this chamber understands that finding safe, affordable housing is difficult, and these challenges face our families and colleagues and neighbors every day. But the intent behind this bill is compassionate, and the committee truly respects the mission, but good intentions alone just aren't enough. We have one simple question: will this actually help people find housing? This bill places heavy restrictions on property owners and free market, and it does so without a clear path to measurable results. By requiring a certain number of units to be set aside inside private developments, it shifts the costs in a way that making most units more expensive in order to subsidize smaller portions of units. But in plain terms, it will drive up the cost of housing for the many without meaningfully solving access for the few. New Hampshire already has programs specifically designed to support low-income housing. Instead of building on those tools, this bill layers new mandates on top of private development, making it harder and more expensive to build the housing. And when we make housing harder to build, we make housing harder to find. That outcome hurts everybody that we're trying to help. So the committee wants to continue working on real, achievable solutions to expand housing supply while preserving fairness, property rights, and long-term affordability. For those reasons, the committee respectfully recommends inexpedient to legislate, and please press the green button to support the thoughtful work of the Housing Committee.
Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate? Are you ready for the question? The division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate on House Bill 1732. Representative Newell is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that accessible housing is increasingly needed to support our neighbors with disabilities and our aging population, and if I know that building new accessory units is much cheaper than retrofitting an existing structure, would I now push the red button so that we can take a positive step toward meeting the needs of the people in our state?
Representative Michael Aaron's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill would impose new statewide mandates on multi-unit housing developments without regard to local conditions or project feasibility, and if I know that this bill would increase development costs, complicate financing, and discourage new housing construction during an ongoing housing shortage, and if I know this bill would incur new state costs without dedicated funding, would I then press the green button to support the committee's recommendation of ITL? Thank you very much.
Questions on the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate on House Bill 1732. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, I'm just giving him time to get back to his seat. If you are in favor, press the green button. If you are opposed, press the red button. And voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McDonald.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 157 in the negative. The committee reports adopted. The Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 1786 FN, House Bill 1786 FN relative to creating a state assessment on non-homestead luxury second homes to fund statewide housing development programs and address housing shortages and making appropriations therefore comes to us without recommendation For what reason does the member rise?
I move for a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative Alexander moves to lay House Bill 1786 on the table. A roll call has been requested by... Okay, is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions whether to lay House Bill 1786 on the table. Representative David Page is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I want to preserve the long-standing precedent and custom of this chamber that every bill receives a public hearing, and if my constituents care deeply about protecting our essential affordable housing programs we have recently defunded despite their proven success, would I now vote red on this motion to table so we can consider suspending the House rules to refer this bill to its second committee for a public hearing in keeping with this body's long tradition of transparency and open debate. Thank you.
Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I want to preserve the House's longstanding tradition of not introducing a bill that provides $31 million in government spending in the second year, and if I know that this bill would create a new tax on residential properties, and this bill, I lost my train of thought. If I know this bill is bad news and has not been able to be vetted through a clerical error, is not being able to be vetted in the Housing Committee, would I then press green to lay this bill on the table? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1786 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wilson. Representatives Ebel and Grota.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative, 1786 is laid on the table. Sorry. The majority of the Committee on Housing, to which is referred House Bill 1814 FN, an act establishing a 10-year strategic housing and infrastructure plan. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Calvin Boulier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alan Howland for the majority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I move to lay this bill on the table, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander moves that House Bill 1814 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. 1814 is laid on the table. We got a debate on the next one? Yes. Yeah. Did we get where we were supposed to? The House will attend to lunchtime announcements. Representative Weiler. Nope, never. Not Weiler, Weber. So easily confused.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies to my honorable colleague. But 2 weeks ago, when we left this place, I picked up my coat, which I had left in the back, folded up under the coat rack, and put it on, and it didn't come within 4 inches of closing. And I know I didn't eat that much at lunchtime. There was a beautiful coat, black coat, hooded woman's coat, left there in its place, but it doesn't fit me, and it isn't my coat, and it misses its person. I left that coat downstairs at the Park Street entrance with the security folks, and I'm hoping that if somebody has experienced a significant apparent weight loss in the last 2 weeks, and has a coat that looks very much like theirs, but it has a Susan Graver label in it, and maybe a couple of dog treats that you may or may not have had in the pocket. If you could return that to me and get your coat, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Just so you don't miss out on the full experience, Representative Weiler?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We missed the announcement in the calendar of a exec session for the Finance Committee tomorrow, 2:30, room 730 in the Granite Place. The bills we will be execing are 2:30 p.m. and in room what? In room 230. Too easy for me to remember. All right, the bills, for anyone that's interested, the bills we will be execing, 9 bills. House Bill 112, House Bill 661, House Bill 1166, House Bill 1311.
Representative Weiler, we cannot hear you. Into the microphone.
House Bill 1399, House Bill 1515, House Bill 1566, House Bill 1569, and House Bill 1750. Tomorrow, 2:30 in room 230. Thank you.
You want him to get? Representative Weiler? Representative Weiler, the clerk would like to see your list. Representative Seaworth. Only one more after this. Representative Mooney, pinch hitting for Seaworth, apparently.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Very quickly, Division 3, House Finance Division 3 meets tomorrow at 10 a.m. only for one bill, House Bill 1750. It's incorrect in the calendar, but we properly noticed it last week. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
How about Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone, if you're interested in your jackets fitting a little tighter this afternoon, free lunch in the cafeteria from New Hampshire Life Sciences right now. So we'd love to see you there. Thank you.
The House will be in recess till 1 o'clock. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment. Senate from the House. House Bill 1000, extending the indemnification of legislative security staff members to legislative sergeant and armed staff members while acting within the scope of their duties.
The House will be in order. The Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled bill. House Bill 1000, extending the indemnification of legislative security staff members to legislative sergeant and armed staff members while acting within the scope of their duties.
The Chair recognizes the clerk again.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, and the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 266, relative to structural changes to the Department of Energy and creating a limited exemption from parental consent required for certain recordings under the Parental Bill of Rights and relative to the effect of murder on a decedent's estate.
Representative Vose moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Representative Edwards, turn your light off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the body to concur with me on passage of House Bill 266. This is the bill that came before our committee last year. We retained it initially and then passed it in the fall. The underlying bill is an administrative change to the Department of Energy and the Public Utilities Commission, and it passed this House on a voice vote. The Senate amended the bill with several floor amendments, and all of those floor amendments have been reviewed by appropriate committee chairs here in this House. One of those amendments provides a fix for the situation where schools are unsure what to do about making video recordings of sporting events or community events in the school. This amendment will allow that and fixes that problem. The other amendment that the Senate added provides a modification to the statute that defines when a murder conviction is final, and it prevents the responsible criminal murderer from receiving any benefit from the decedent's estate. These are important issues, and they're time-sensitive in nature. That's why we ask for your support of the concurrence motion on HB 266. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 266. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and we have concurred. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter to the clerk, Mr. Clerk, pursuant to House Rule 47F, I waive off the second committee referrals, House Bill 1274 and House Bill 1199. Sincerely, John Janegian.
The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 1639 FN, an act establishing investigatory grand juries housed under the county sheriff's offices. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Joe Alexander for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Caitlin Kuchop and the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of interim study? Okay, so apparently we did the bills a little out of order. We're already into this, so without objection, we'll continue and get to the two we skipped immediately afterwards. Representative Diane Kelly is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The citizens of New Hampshire are not seeking increased government intervention. Rather, they are advocating for genuine accountability. The recent Epstein Files controversy vividly illustrates the glaring absence of accountability among federal officials. The historical role of grand juries served as a check against corruption. This bill will empower New Hampshire's grand juries to conduct investigations free from political interference. It seeks to codify the rights of grand jurors into law and mandates that they be notified of these rights at least 10 days before their term of service. Many other states already do this, including Florida, North Carolina, and California. As U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia articulated in the United States versus Williams, 1992, the grand jury is deeply rooted in American history and is a constitutional entity separate from the three branches of government, serving as a mediator between the government and the people. The grand jury functions independently, investigating potential violations of the law based on suspicion or to provide assurance of compliance without requiring explicit court authorization. In New Hampshire, the 11 grand juries, including 2 in Hillsborough County for North and South, historically serve as a means for the people to expose and address corruption within political, bureaucratic, and corporate realms. The public trust in government has been eroded due to various controversies and instances of incompetence or misconduct. The grand jury allows the people to take action themselves instead of relying solely on official acts. It is the sole institution that combines the necessary level of impartiality with sufficient authority to thoroughly investigate misconduct and corruption in public office. Today, as in the past, it is the only entity capable of effectively addressing the grievances of individual citizens, whether those grievances are against their fellow citizens or their government. This bill was originally, I thought it was voted OTPA 8-8 in committee. There was, I believe, some confusion, but it did come out of committee 8-8. I urge you to join me in this critical effort to restore justice in our state at a time when our nation is troubled. We must safeguard the innocent and vulnerable from those seeking to cause them harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody left the phone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of interim study on this bill. The original bill that was submitted in this case purported to give grand juries really, immense power. And I think everybody on our committee, it was virtually unanimous on our committee that bill was going nowhere. Fortunately, my colleague from Windham submitted a replace all amendment, which I will concede makes the bill much better than it was. But I submit to you that it is still not ready for prime time. Even with the amendment, the grand jury would still have authority to initiate investigations and issue subpoenas without the concurrence of the prosecutor. Did grand juries have such power in the distant past? Perhaps. But that was at a time when we did not have the system of professional prosecutors that we have today. This is a major issue. Should grand juries have the power to act? Should grand jury have the power to act on its own without the concurrence of the prosecutor? I think that is an open question, and I also think that we should have much more information before we attempt to answer that question. The law in most states, including in New Hampshire, is that the prosecutor does not have to proceed with a case just because a grand jury returns an indictment. he or she can exercise prosecutorial discretion to dismiss the case. Should a grand jury be able to publicly accuse someone who it knows the prosecutor, for whatever reason, has determined the person will not be charged or brought to trial? Stop and think about that. If the grand jury returns an indictment, or if they return what is referred to as a presentment, which is some kind of a report, but the person is not going to be brought to trial, how does the person clear their name? They've been publicly accused, but there will be no trial. It doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, in our history, grand juries have served two functions. First, they can be both a sword and a shield. Often, grand juries fail to perform their duties as a shield. You've probably heard the familiar expression that a grand jury will gladly indict a ham sandwich if the prosecutor asks it to. Unfortunately, that often can be true, and so it is important that grand juries be instructed that they are to exercise independent judgment in determining whether or not there is probable cause to charge someone. The problem here is the flip side of that. The extent to which the law should allow grand juries to be a sword, untethered to the people, untethered to public officials who are answerable to the people, either the county attorney, who is elected by the people, or indirectly the attorney general who is appointed by the governor. To whom are the grand jurors accountable? The answer is not very clear. The Superior Court, arguably, but effective remedies for the court can be problematic. The identities of grand jurors are not supposed to be known to the public, and they are generally immune from civil or criminal liability for their official acts. Let me point out several other problems with this bill. First of all, what is the problem that the bill is designed to attack? The theory seems to be that there are large amounts of crime and corruption out there that aren't being pursued by prosecutors. But I ask you, what really is the evidence of this? I submit it's relatively doubtful, and large parts of this are based on what can only be described as conspiracy theories. More importantly, there is really the grave danger of lawfare. Inventing novel theories of crime or pursuing cases where there's no chance of conviction. Let's be candid about this. Both the Biden administration and, yes, people on my side of the aisle, the Trump administration, have done this. And this would only encourage further efforts at this, where the grand jury, as acting as an independent body, could do the same thing. I submit it would be against public policy to do anything like that. The next point to make is the lack of expertise of grand jurors. If there is really all these sophisticated crimes out there that are not being prosecuted, doesn't that mean we ought to have trained prosecutors and investigators to go after them, not layperson grand jurors? That's just not an effective way to uncover the crime, if there really was this deluge of crime. And lastly, who will pay? Who will pay for all these grand jurors that are investigating this crime that prosecutors aren't going after? The answer is you and me. The taxpayers will pay. Before we enhance grand jury power the way this bill potentially would, we should have much more information about exactly what powers grand juries historically have exercised, whether those powers were used properly or abused, what powers other states give their grand juries today, and the experience of such states. This is why interim study makes sense. I urge you to press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1639. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 1639. Representative Perez is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, as amended, seeks to codify into law the powers and the duties of the grand jury, including how matters may be brought to the grand jury and the rights of the grand jury. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that it requires that members of the grand jury receive instructions on their rights and their duties at least 10 days before their term of service, and that currently instructions are provided through a vintage video, which is much like watching an episode of The Brady Bunch, because that's when it was made, but instead of a family drama, it's about grand jury procedures. Then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button so that we can get to an OTPA motion, which was an 8-8 vote in the committee? Thank you.
Representative Birch is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the debate we've just heard illustrates exactly why the Judiciary Committee voted 14-2 to refer this matter to interim study, and if I further know that there are two proposals, but they would both make fundamental and widespread changes to our grand jury system, which raise separation of powers issue under our state constitution and will cost our counties and state up to actually in excess of $1 million a year. And if I know that a substantially different amendment was presented at the executive session without any opportunity to give it proper analysis because the person introducing the amendment chose not to speak on it or answer any questions, nor do we have a fiscal analysis of what that amendment would cost. And if I know that the overwhelming bipartisan majority of the Judiciary Committee felt this legislation was simply not ready for prime time, would I then support the majority of the committee and its recommendation to refer for interim study by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 1639. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 257 in the affirmative, 86 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 1130 FN, an act relative to judicial performance evaluations, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bob Lynn for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Marjorie Smith for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0410H, printed on House Record 7 on page 54. Questions on adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now the motion ought to pass as amended. Representative Mark Page is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill changes the judicial evaluation process, making evaluations public. It also requires the consideration of a questionnaire completed by those who interact with the judge and a one-day in-person peer evaluation by another judge. For those skeptical of the judiciary right now, and there are many of us, at first blush, this bill may seem to satisfy an urge and a need for accountability. But there are two reasons at least to reject this bill. With respect to the first, the public nature of the evaluations, we may not agree. And for many, this may be a feature, but for others, it's a bug of the bill. But the second, the costs and the proposed implementation by the judiciary, I think there's a lot of room for consensus across this body. But first, the issue of the public distribution of evaluations. At the hearing, judges expressed concern that the public release of evaluations, something that does not occur typically in employment relationships otherwise, would be counterproductive, interfering with their independence and impartiality, and it wouldn't lead to helpful, thoughtful advice about how to improve their performance. Litigants, especially those on a losing end of a case, may conflate that loss in the courtroom with poor judicial performance and seize on tidbits in evaluation to malign a judge's reputation or conduct. I share this concern because this bill seems to take us one step closer to a Yelp-like review system for our judges that may detract from fairness and impartiality and not improve it. But I recognize there's an appetite for the public nature of evaluations, such as those that would be imposed here. Fair enough. But consider the cost. And this is where I think you have to ask, is the juice worth the squeeze? How the judiciary is going to implement this once they get their hands on the requirements. And to their credit, the judicial branch in the fiscal note tells us exactly how they'll pay for the additional, now recurring and annual, $160,000 to $180,000 costs associated with ingesting the bill's requirements into their existing operations. I may be old school, but I still think $180,000 is a lot of money. Like any self-respecting government program, this one's going to require another six-figure administrator to oversee and manage it. And remember those in-court peer judicial observations required by the bill? Those will cost too. At a per diem rate for a judge of about $750, the total cost of these judge-to-judge observations is about $60,000 annually. Now, I'm not saying that lawyers and judges aren't worth every penny, but I will note as a sidebar that the substitute teacher rate in my district, that the $750 rate is 7 times that substitute teacher rate. But this is nothing to say of the hidden costs. The $180,000 price tag has to come from somewhere. I hope it's not at a cost that results in a personnel reorganization that moves people away from managing current dockets and processing cases in an already overwhelmed system. I get it. There's palpable frustration with the judiciary. And this bill may feel good, but it comes with real costs. And this may be difficult for my side of the aisle, but I'm going to ask you to channel your inner Ronald Reagan and find your fiscal conservative streak and reject this bill. So join me and just say no to this OTPA motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd ask for a division vote.
Representative Lynn's recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill enhances the current evaluation process for judges in several ways. First, let me talk just briefly about what it retains. It retains the procedure in the current system of surveys. That is, when a judge is evaluated once every 3 years, there are survey questionnaires sent out to people that the judge has interacted with, other employees who have worked in the courthouse where the judge sits, lawyers who have appeared before the judge, litigants who have appeared before the judge, jurors, that kind of thing, and they send back the questionnaires. I'll get to that in just a second. Then there's a self-evaluation. That's also part of the current process. What this bill adds is several new and I think very important things. First, it adds a requirement that there be in-court observations of the performance of the judge being evaluated by another judge. It also adds statistical analysis of the case processing times of the judge. It's important to understand that the one thing the bill does not change is that the standards for evaluation are still established by the Supreme Court, as is the case under current law. So they set the standards of what constitutes passing or failing. That doesn't change. If the judge fails to achieve a satisfactory evaluation, follow-up must occur under this bill within 12 months, which is down from the 18 months under current law. If the judge does not achieve satisfactory results during 2 successive evaluations, the Supreme Court may initiate disciplinary action against the judge. The big thing, the major thing that this bill changes is that the performance evaluation reports for each judge shall be published. Currently, if let's say 5 judges were evaluated last year, what happens is there's a report that says 5 judges, but doesn't name the judges. 5 judges were evaluated, and here were their scores. It doesn't name the judges. This would say the judges are named. All of what I've just told you now that is contained in the bill, all of those provisions were formulated in consultation with Chief Justice McDonald. I think that's an important thing that you understand. The wording that was in that bill was reviewed by Chief Justice McDonald and myself. There were some changes made before it got submitted as a bill, but this resulted from a collaborative effort. When the bill was in committee, a number of trial court judges, and I would have to say very good judges in my view, asked that the commentary portion of the questionnaires that are submitted, that are returned by people who get the questionnaires, not be made public. And the reason for that, and I think the committee thought was a very good reason, these often contain inaccurate and even scandalous accusations against a judge by a litigant who's unhappy with the judge's decision. And because publication, it now sort of has the imprimatur, it's an official report of the judicial branch, it has the imprimatur of being official, there was a concern that this could give the comments an air of legitimacy and unfairly damage the judge's reputation. The committee agreed with that and approved the amendment which makes the commenter, not the score, but the commentary non-public. The majority agrees with the prior speaker that in judicial evaluations and conducting them, a balance must be achieved between preserving judicial independence and the ability of judges to make unpopular decisions when the law so requires, on the one hand, and accountability of public officers who exercise great power on the other. The majority of the committee believes that on balance, making the evaluations public by the name of each judge is justified and may actually serve as an incentive for enhanced judicial performance. For these reasons, we ask you to press the green button and support OTPA on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call vote.
Representative Lynn requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1130. Representative Mark Page is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that publicizing the employment evaluations of individual judges does nothing to further the administration of justice, and if I further know that this bill is unnecessary and costly, would I then press the red button so another motion can be made?
Representative Perez is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that already several bills had come before my committee asking for improved judicial performance evaluations and review, and if I know that this bill also makes these evaluations publicly available, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that a stronger evaluation process indeed needs to be adopted, and finally, if I know that this bill is just what has been asked for, then I would push the green button for OTPA. Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1130. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fidolfi, just give me a thumbs up or down, please. Thumbs up or down.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 151 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1130 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1322 FN, an act reestablishing the Judicial Conduct Commission. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Catherine Rombo for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Kevin Scully for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
A motion?
State your motion, please.
Moves to table House Bill 1322.
Representative Lynn moves that House Bill 1322 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Somebody asked for a division? All right, then. Division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to lay House Bill 1322 on the table. Representative Lynn is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is likely unconstitutional, at least in large measure, and if I know that we have a lot of other work to do here, and that finally, if I know that to the extent that this bill attempts to deal with the need to impeach judges, we already know how to do that, would I then press the green button to lay this bill on the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Scully is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a previous legislative body understood the need for judicial oversight, creating the Oversight Commission by a vote of 290 to 36 in the House and 22 to nothing in the Senate, and if I know that the New Hampshire Supreme Court acknowledged that the legislature has oversight power and can create a commission to do so, and if I also know that the court disagreed only on where the commission's line of authority was drawn, and finally, if I know that this proposed legislation honors the court's ruling on authority and therefore is entirely constitutional, would I not defeat the tabling motion so that successive motions can be made to allow the legislature, which is accountable to the people, to resume appropriate oversight over the branch of government that is not? Please defeat the tabling motion.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1322 on the table. There's a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tom Dolan. Representative Aylward. Up or down, please. Thank you. Representative Damon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 250 in the affirmative, 91 in the negative. 1322 is laid on the table. Members are reminded to please silence your cell phones. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which is referred House Bill 1705 FN, an act establishing an employee assistance program for small town and volunteer first responders and making an appropriation therefor. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Michael Granger for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Brian Sullivan for the minority of the committee. Representative Dry is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 3:45 yesterday morning, pager went off by my bed, and my husband and I jumped out of bed, got dressed, got downstairs, got in our own car, and responded to a neighbor whose medical alarm was going off. We're volunteer EMTs. Throughout the state, whenever a neighbor calls for help, people who are volunteer EMTs like we are the people that connect our neighbors with the help that they need. But what happens when it's one of our own who needs help? 2 years ago, I got a call from a fellow EMT who was calling me because he knew I was a rep, and he had run into a problem. He was suffering from a mental health crisis, and he had, like we had been taught in all of our classes, he had gone through all the telephone calls that he had, and the people there, the groups there, were not actually able to give him the help that he needed. So he was looking for something more. The employee assistance program that's run by HHS had the services that he needed, but he was not eligible. He's a resident of his town, he's a taxpayer, he's a volunteer firefighter and EMT, but because he was not a state or town employee, he was not eligible for this services, and so he had to find and pay for the services himself. Well, the good news is what he bought helped his PTSD. The bad news is that he had to do this by himself. This bill can do what he could not do. It could help first responders who are volunteers or live in small towns that have 5 or less paid full-time first responders, and there are many of those. Have them get access to the EAP, and setting up a fund that would pay for their services, and hopefully get the early evaluation and intervention that they need so they can return to their private and professional lives. First responders in the state deal with trauma and stress all the time. I mean, we're taught to deal with it. We do through debriefings after bad calls, but sometimes it bothers people different ways and more than normal. And we want to return the favor. You know, they put their lives on the line and show up just like state and town employees do. The fiscal note for this bill would cover everybody that fits this bill in the House, in the state, for the cost of $115,000. So I'm saying volunteer first responders may not be state or town employees, but they show up and put their lives on the line like they were. So I'm asking you to support House Bill 1705 and help us start connecting these first responders with the help that they need when they need it. Thank you.
Representative Granger is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, very, very well-intentioned bill. Unfortunately, it's a bill that has to do with health and human services that is planted squarely in the middle of labor law. And unfortunately, we are not equipped with the knowledge to know how this would affect the workers' comp system, especially since it's in the middle of workers' comp statutes, despite having nothing to do with workers' comp. The problem that the sponsor suggests, where we have volunteer first responders who are running into issues with the job and they need help with it, I am fully in favor of finding a solution to help them out. Unfortunately, I don't think this bill actually does it, and so I'm okay with being doing the study and bringing it back first thing next year during a budget season. But unfortunately, this bill won't work. And one of the reasons it won't work is we don't even know what the fiscal note is paying for. So we asked HHS, and we got different answers what the fiscal note is actually paying for. So it's $114K a year. Okay, is that $114K going to a doctor that's going to help them out? I don't know. Is it just to administer the program? Well, we didn't get a good straight answer on that. It's expanding an existing program, so why are we not just simply modifying the statutes that define the original program? I don't know. Do they actually need to hire a new employee? I don't think so, but that's the sort of, the more you look into it, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. But we're convinced that it's an important thing to do, and so we'd like to study how to make sure it actually happens. And so I ask you to support the interim study motion so we can find a way to solve this problem. Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1705. Are you ready for the question? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 1705. Representative Brian Sullivan is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that small-town first responders are susceptible to PTSD because of the traumatic accident and crime scenes that they have to respond to, and if I know the New Hampshire State Employee Assistance Program could provide important early intervention to these first responders at the onset of PTSD, and finally, if I know that HB 1075 would enroll small-town first responders into the New Hampshire State Employee Assistance Program for the affordable cost of $114,000, that's the fiscal note, would I now press the red button to defeat the interim study motion so that a different motion might be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Creighton is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the majority of the Labor Committee agreed that this is bill and the sponsor's intentions make all the sense in the world, but if I also know that in testimony indicated that the sponsor's intentions would not be met with the language in the bill, would I not push the green button for interim study? Thank you very much.
The question is the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 1705. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Thumbs up or down, please.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 174 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Brian Sullivan moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0531H, which is printed in House Record 7 on pages 86 to 87. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1705. Are you ready for the question? Representative Ammon requests a roll call. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Oh, yeah. Representative Ammon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Sorry, I lost my place. It is. This will be a roll call vote. The question is the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1705. Representative Creighton is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the intention of this bill is spot on, but if I know that in testimony, the expenditure of $114,000 of taxpayers' money was completely inconclusive, and we did not know how that money was going to be spent, would I not push the red button so that we can make another motion? Thank you.
Representative Seelig is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that first responders across the state who I have personally spoken to have pleaded for some level of support, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the fiscal note would allow 6,000 first responders statewide to have access to an existing program and would simply expand that program to allow them to be enrolled in it for their support. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is not only well-intentioned but well-researched, would I now push the green button to support first responders statewide and help them the way they all help us?
The question is the motion ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1705. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mills.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 154 in the negative. The motion is adopted. House Bill 1705 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which is referred House Bill 1427 FN, an act limiting the authority of municipality, county, or school district to issue bonds. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laurel Stavis for the committee. All righty. Representative McFarland is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I agree with the House Republican Alliance in recommending that this bill ought to pass. The SHIELD Act, HB 1427, restores discipline to local borrowing, and it protects our taxpayers, especially our future taxpayers. Routine debt has become normal. Bonds are issued not just for emergencies or critical infrastructure, but as a standard budgeting tool. That shifts costs forward, and it binds residents who never consented. This bill does not eliminate necessary investment. It preserves bonding for true emergencies, for critical infrastructure, for extraordinary circumstances, or for when voters knowingly approve it. What it ends is reflexive borrowing. It encourages planning through capital reserve funds and honest pay-as-you-go budgeting. Debt should be the exception, not the habit. And if you believe in transparency and in voter control, in local control, would you please push the red button of intergenerational fairness so that a better motion may be made? And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Maggiore is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask the body to please support the overwhelming bipartisan ITL vote on this bill. It was 13-5. Municipal bonding, if it were for emergencies, if it was for capital planning, and it were to happen in this bill, well, no, it wouldn't happen in this bill. You wouldn't be able to go out and do any kind of planning to buy your new fire station or your library or your school. So what you'll need to do is come up with, well, one of my neighbors, $50 million for the wastewater treatment plant. For my community, $14 million for the safety center. I guess what we could do is we could put warrant articles on every single year. I'll do, for $14 million, I'll do $500,000 a year for 28 years and hope that in 28 years I have enough money to build the project that I had planned previously. I don't know how that's proper planning or how any one of those warrant articles would pass. This is not responsible budgeting, folks. Bonding is governed by the municipal bond bank. There are limits that are put on for counties, for municipalities, for the amount that they can budget. That is responsible, and to suggest that binding future generations to this debt would be any different than binding future generations to 28 years of planning is just ludicrous. I please urge you to support the ITL motion, the bipartisan ITL motion, which was, again, 13-5. Thank you.
Representative McFarland requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions of Majority Committee Report of Inexpedience to Legislate on House Bill 1427. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Terry.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 234 in the affirmative, 112 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. I'd like to take a moment to say how happy I am, and we should all be, to see Representative Pam Brown back here. And thanks to the representatives who are first responders who helped out. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which is referred House Bill 1603 FN, an act requiring state agencies to provide current and verifiable evidence of a species presence before imposing any land use restriction related to that species habitat. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tanya Donnelly for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Will Darby from the minority of the committee. The amendment to 0518H, printed on House Record 7 on pages 84 to 85. Bless you. The question's on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the motion is ought to pass as amended, and Representative Darby is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today against the ought to pass as amended motion for House Bill 1603. Well, thank you. While the bill as drafted would have decimated the Endangered Species Act, the amended bill slowly but surely drains its efficacy like a slow leak in a tire. To begin, it's important to recognize the accomplishments of the endangered species protection in the Granite State. We have experienced recoveries of federal and state threatened wildlife species, including those everyone recognizes: loons, bald eagles, ospreys, New England cottontail, Canada lynx, and favorites like piping plovers and Karner blue butterflies. But these success stories are only possible because habitat was identified and protected against careless development and sprawl. The core problem is the bill's ambiguous language, which questions the accuracy of the state's data check tool, a database of threatened and endangered species and habitats. When coupled with challenging requirements for updating and collecting data and aging out data over time, the effect is to drain this crucial database. New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services warned the loss of this database would lead to increased permitting times and higher costs resulting from redundant studies and protracted reviews to confirm compliance with state and federal law. The $1 million+ fiscal note reinforces this concern. These are some of the reasons the state's leading conservation organizations, including New Hampshire Audubon, the Loon Preservation Society, the Forest Society, and the Nature Conservancy, oppose the bill for the threats it raises to New Hampshire wildlife diversity. Key questions of this bill are: what is the need and why now? Stories of nefarious environmental activists combing private property are, in reality, student scientists exploring conserved and unposted properties similar to hunters every fall. In actuality, most of this data is collected in an ad hoc manner along roadsides, which would also be impermissible with this bill. And the timing couldn't be worse. HB 2 last year transferred the responsibilities for ecological reviews associated with land use permits from Fish and Game to the Department of Environmental Services, which only took effect in December. This bill would disrupt the transition, resulting in permitting delays as the department juggles new responsibilities in a shifting landscape. And how are the objectives of 1603 achieved? The amended bill's vague language gives broad rulemaking authority with limited legislative direction to DES for collecting, reviewing, and reviewing information on the habitat of threatened and endangered species. Of course, ambiguous statutes lead to unfettered rulemaking authority, giving unelected bureaucrats regulatory control over private property access, data collection, and accuracy. Perhaps more concerning is the federal government stepping in to enforce the Endangered Species Act should they determine New Hampshire's can no longer protect federal endangered species. DES permitting is a cakewalk compared to a federal habitat conservation plan. One last thing, the bill only applies to wildlife species. Any suggestion that this bill protects landowners from outdated records of transitory plant species is patently false, since the statute unambiguously restricts consideration to species of the animal kingdom. And suggestions that these changes will open the state to a development ring hollow unless the desire is more sprawl. Please join me in voting inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1603 to safeguard the state's most vulnerable wildlife species and protect New Hampshire's autonomy in enforcing the Endangered Species Act. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Donnelly is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a fair and forward-looking bill to verify species and habitats on people's private property. And what it does is it really just enables the opportunity to provide education to the property owner and to homeowners, so when anyone from DES or Fish and Game or someone else shows up to say, hey, we're going to take a look at whether or not this inhabitant is still here. This is just to help the homeowner know that who's coming onto their property. And sometimes land use restrictions are applied without evidence of species. So this bill amended is supported by DES, and it is supported by Fish and Game. And recently, from a 9-1, the commissions actually voted on this and said they support this bill as amended. So this preserves the ability for DES and Fish and Game to carry out their conservation responsibilities and protect property homeowners' rights.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1603. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1603, and Representative Knabb is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB2 just transferred environmental review responsibility from Fish and Game to DES, and that process is still underway, and now is not the time to make substantial changes, and if I know that the amended version of this bill would defer critical questions to future rulemaking without clear legislative guidance, and if I know that in this chamber we all support a healthy environment and the value of protecting our endangered and threatened species, from the piping plover to the New England cottontail to the Canada lynx and many more, and lastly, if I know that this was not in fact supported by the Fish and Game Commission, then would I push the red button so another, better motion could be made. Thank you.
Representative Donnelly is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this was just recently voted on by the Fish and Game Commissioners, 9-1 supporting this bill, that's absolutely a fact. And if I know that this does, I agree with my colleague, this absolutely, we're interested in protecting the species of endangered species of wildlife and of other species out there. No one's denying that. But this is an enabling bill so that you as a homeowner know what to be looking for. And what I'd like to do is say, please press the green button.
The questions of the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1603. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 152 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1603 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which is referred House Bill 1752 FN, an act requiring the creation of a ticket to follow timber through the harvesting and production process to establish a chain of custody. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Arnold Davis for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
Please state your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table House Bill 1752, and I request a division vote.
Representative Vos moves to lay 1752 on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to lay House Bill 1752 on the table. Representative Vos is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1752 would add a costly new administrative burden on every load of logs, pulpwood, wood chips, and firewood coming off of every one of the state's 2,000 plus logging jobs each year, plus an impractical scale slip proposal requiring sawmills and wood yards to provide data that may not even be available. And if I further know that during the HB 1752 executive session, the state forester said his agency would need more staff to implement this bill's carbon chain of custody program, which he questioned as being potentially unenforceable. And lastly, if I know that just last year, the General Court passed HB 123, which established a Forest Carbon Study Commission with extensive duties, and that commission has not yet completed its work, then would I protect our forest products industry by pushing the green button to table HB 1752? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative LaBrie recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we live in an age where the greatest threats to our sovereignty don't always wear uniforms, and sometimes they look like high altitude spy balloons, and other times foreign shell companies trying to buy up water systems that we recently saw in Nashua. And if I know that this bill will stand as New Hampshire's no trespassing sign by developing a clear paper trail for our wood and our air, so we ensure all foreign enemies don't get to own a piece of the state. And if I further know that this isn't about environmentalism, this is about property rights and state security. We didn't fight for 250 years of independence just to lease our forests back to bad actors. I would then press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1752 on the table. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron. I need a thumb up or down, please.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative, 1752 is laid on the table. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1539 FN, an act authorizing electric utilities to use AAA-rated bonds for the purpose of storm cost recovery and infrastructure resilience. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Vos for the committee. The amendment is 0409H, printed in House Record 7 on page 72. Questions on adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1539. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1539 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Finance is doing good business today. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1718 FN, an act relative to authorizing energy storage in connection with net metering. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Thomas Corman for the committee. The amendment is 0582H, printed in House Record 7 on page 87. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. Good try. And the committee reports adopted. House Bill 1718 is also referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1741 FN, an act relative to the enrollment and use of distributed energy resource aggregations by electric utilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Schneller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Tony Kaplan for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
Please state your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 1741 FN upon the table.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 1741 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. 1741 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1748 FN, an act establishing the New Hampshire Energy Efficiency and Resource Development Authority. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Douglas Thomas for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Kaplan for the minority of the committee. The question is on the motion of interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1775 FN, an act relative to utility ownership of natural gas and nuclear power generation facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Kaplan for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0594H, printed in House Record 7 on page 90. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Be ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Don't open, hold up. Don't let anybody in or out. Just keep the doors closed, and we're going to do a clarification vote. Only people that were in the chamber. Okay. So the question is adoption of the amendment. If you want to adopt it, green. If you don't want to adopt it, red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Johnson.
Everybody in the room have a chance to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. You were napping. 178 in the affirmative, 145 very loud nays in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Now on to the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kaplan is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, the state of New Hampshire restructured the electric utilities in our state following a series of disastrous cost overruns at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. Those costs were put onto the customers of public service of New Hampshire for years and years afterward. So the restructuring had two goals in mind. First, to make sure that never happened again, that ratepayers wouldn't be on the hook for utility losses due to owning power plants. And secondly, by divesting the utilities from the ability to own power plants, it would allow competition into the state and increase customer choice and potentially lower electric costs. So this bill walks us backward on both those counts. By allowing utilities to, again, own power plants, utilities already own all the poles, all the wires, they own all the customer data. By allowing them again to own power plants, you will drive competition from the state. And thus, you will see rising electric costs with little to no customer choice in the matter. The other thing this bill does is, by allowing utilities to once again own power plants, you're putting all the risk of building and maintaining and decommissioning those plants onto the shoulders of you and me, the ratepayers, everybody who uses electricity in New Hampshire. Because that's what utilities are allowed to do. They're allowed to recoup and recover their costs and get their money back for their losses through their customers. So that's what that's why we should simply say no to allowing them to again own power plants in our state. You will hear that they're already allowed to own renewable plants under 5 megawatts, and that's true because the comparison between a solar array, for example, and a nuclear plant of the same size is apples to oranges. There is no comparison. They don't even belong in the same section of statute, to be honest. Just the cost of construction alone between a nuclear plant and a solar array is billions and billions of dollars in difference. A solar array isn't exposed to the same market volatility because the sunshine is free. And as far as decommissioning, I need to remind you that there is no plan for what to do with nuclear waste, aside from put it on site and keep it there for thousands of years waiting for the radioactivity to disappear. So all of that risk, all those potential costs will go onto the shoulders of the ratepayers if this bill passes. So this is a desperate idea masquerading as a potential solution. It's a bad bill, and vote red on the ought to pass so a better motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price of electricity is too high. Why is that? We've shut down reliable power plants in New England, nuclear, coal, and oil, and we've only subsidized unreliable renewables. In order to have power on tough winter days or nights, or during storms, or just plain cold weather, our reliable power resources are more stressed and more limited. During the recent Storm Fern that dumped 2 feet of snow on us, our clean-burning gas turbines had to burn oil in order to provide 35% of our power in the state. With all the EPA air quality standards waived in order to keep the lights on. No solar power provided anything for days. Our independent power producers do not believe that that warrants building more reliable power or pursuing additional gas pipeline access. All of this in the face of growing electric demand and our neighbors pursuing the electrification of everything. This bill, as amended, is enabling legislation that permits our utilities to own small, meaning less than 5 megawatts, nuclear or gas units to start changing this scenario. We already allow utilities to own similar small-scale solar production. The bill limits the total investment in these units to no more than 10% of the utility's distribution capacity. These small units would be connected to the utility's local distribution poles and wires, serving local demand. The bill opens the door to help entrepreneurs develop and commercialize these resources. New Hampshire already is home to one of the companies developing microreactors. The bill further aligns with the governor's embrace of nuclear energy as a reliable power source. Let's crack open the door to more reliable power again. Let's start on the path of lowering electric rates. Press the green button to pass this bill.
The motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1775. Representative Kaplan has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1775. Representative Wendy Thomas is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no one asked for this bill, including the utilities, if I know that free markets deliver lower prices and greater innovation when competition and customer choice are preserved, and that allowing monopoly utilities to own the poles, the wires, the customer data, and major generating facilities would crowd out competitors and weaken that competitive market, and if I also know that when regulated utilities build and operate nuclear or fossil fuel plants, the financial risks of construction delays, cost overruns, operational failures, and decommissioning are ultimately shifted on to ratepayers who must pay regardless of whether those projects succeed. And finally, if I know that these centralized generating facilities require enormous long-term financial commitments, carry unresolved waste and liability concerns, and would expose the public to risks that private investors would otherwise hesitate to assume, would I now press the red button so that a more reasonable and ratepayer protective motion could be made? Thank you.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is enabling legislation and not a mandate, if I also know that this bill expands potential utility ownership of production resources like auto cycle gas turbine engines or nuclear microreactors, and lastly, if I know that this bill dovetails nicely with House Bill 672, which we passed last year, and opens even wider the door for entrepreneurs to develop and commercialize assets here in New Hampshire, would I press the green button to adopt the bipartisan committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is a Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1775. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 191 in the affirmative, 149 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1775 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1777 FN, an act relative to the Enhanced 911 System Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Janine Notter for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Wendy Thomas for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 1777 FN upon the table.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 1777 be laid on the table.
Division.
And a division's been requested. Members, take your seats. question is whether to lay House Bill 1777 on the table. Representative Nutter is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Safety testified that this bill would restrict the flexibility needed to maintain a reliable statewide 911 system, and if I know that these funds currently support integrated systems like radio networks, cybersecurity, and GIS mapping that are essential for emergency response. Further, if I know that cutting off these shared systems would create millions in unfunded costs and weaken 911 reliability. Lastly, if I know that redistributing funds within a department is standard budgeting practice to keep critical services running, would I then press the green button to ITL House Bill 1777? I'm sorry, we're tabling it. Thank you.
Representative Hackman Phillips is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill offers a legislative fix to strengthen the Enhanced 911 System Fund as an important consumer protection, restoring faith in our 911 surcharge fee. If I also know that protecting the integrity of the 911 fund is directly tied to protecting the safety of every resident who depends on that system in an emergency. And if I also know that financial transparency and accountability are at the core of this policy without reducing public safety funding, it just simply requires that funding sources follow the law. Then would I now press the red button to oppose the tabling motion for HB 1777?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1777 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Edwards. Representative Seibert.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 217 in the affirmative, 122 in the negative, 1777 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which is referred House Bill 1492 FN, an act relative to the regulation and appeal of motor vehicle towing from public highways, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Seth Miller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ted Gorski for the minority of the committee. The question is on the amendment 0662. 0662H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 70 to 71. Questions on adoption of the amendment? You ready for the question? Somebody asked for a division? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on adoption of the amendment? This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 315 in the affirmative, 25 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Where were we? On to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Gorski is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand against the committee report of OTP of HB 1492. And Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, I do this reluctantly because there are some good parts of this bill. However, there's a part of the bill that kind of seemed to go a little bit over the line. And this bill actually came to us because there was a New Hampshire resident that got charged $20,000 to get their car towed. And of course, that is egregious. We all believe that's egregious in the committee, even the minority. However, the one area that was a concern for the minority was the area of the DMV having the ability to suspend someone's license. Now, I know from various conversations that some people believe that this shouldn't happen. But here's the reality. The ability for towing companies to do this is the only tool that's meaningful leverage for them to get someone to pay. In many accident situations, the driver has no insurance coverage for the tow, the vehicle may have little or no post-accident value, and the owner will abandon it. And as a result, the towing company then holds the vehicle for a full statutory abandonment period, often more than 30 days, tying up storage space and capital while observing the cost. And from previous conversations we've had in testimony, this is the last resort that towing companies do when they try to get paid in terms of tows. So what could the result of this be? If this bill is passed, this could mean fewer towing operators will be willing to participate in police rotations. Unintended consequence. So who would do the towing if this is the case? Do we get a towing company out of Massachusetts, God forbid? Or does the state start taking over towing? Oh, God forbid. So be careful what you wish for this bill. Please press the red button so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Miller is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spinning out on a bit of black ice, a tire blowout, or even something as simple as running out of gas on the way to work. The reason does not particularly matter. In each of these scenarios, a normal day for one of our fellow Granite Staters turns bad in a hurry, and it's about to get worse. The state police arrive on the scene to ensure safety, and they call a tow truck to help clear the incident. Selection of that tow operator is managed by state law. It is where we now have the opportunity to make things better. When the tow truck arrives, the driver is forced into a contract. They have no choice in who picks up their car. They have no ability to compare rates or price shop. They may not have a say in where their vehicle is taken. And when the time comes to get their car back, they're faced with sticker shock. This bill removes the opacity around pricing, enabling transparency for consumers. Now, there's a process that the person can go through to appeal the fee for their tow. Currently, it requires that they pay in advance. You have to have the money first, and then maybe you get some of it back. We're changing that in this bill so that you can actually file the appeal before you have to pay the massive amount of money to get your car back. We're also extending the duration of the window from 15 days to 30. We're doing these things to help our fellow Granite Staters. And finally, those who cannot afford the bill to recover their car will in fact see it seized by the tow company, as my colleague mentioned. It's sold to recover their service costs, and then their license gets suspended. We, as the state government, force that commercial contract relationship, and then we enforce those terms with potentially catastrophic consequences for our neighbors. First, you lose your car, and then you lose your license. You become massively disadvantaged in trying to get to school or work. You are pushed to the edge of our society, if not fully out of it. This bill fixes that imbalance. We should not, as a state, be enforcing these commercial contracts in that way, and we must protect our constituents. Please join me in pressing the green button to deliver protection and transparencies for our neighbors. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Gorski is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that removing DMV's authority to suspend a driver's license for failure to pay towing and storage charges could lead to fewer towing operators, and if I know if this bill is passed, it could lead to unintended consequences for New Hampshire, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill provides flexibility and support to automobile owners in the aftermath of a serious accident, and if I know transparency of our rights and responsibilities is essential, then would I now press the green button to support the OTPA motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions of the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1492, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Fox and Dolan. Number down, please.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 256 in the affirmative, 84 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 1492 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in a Letter to the Speaker from Representative Weiler. In accordance with House Rule 47F, I would like to waive off the following bills referred to Finance as a second committee. House Bills 1415, 1444, 1467, 1499, 1523, 1539, 1574, 1598, 1603, 1730, and 1792.
The Committee on Transportation, to which is referred House Bill 1415, FN, an act establishing a special veterans license plate and creates a fund and administrative programs from the proceeds of the sale of such plates. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendments and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ted Gorski for the committee. The amendment is 0602H, printed on House Record 7, on pages 59 through 62. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. House Bill 1415 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1536, FN, an act establishing penalties for unauthorized parking in designated electric vehicle and motorcycle spaces. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Coker for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Daniel Villieu for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. You ready for the question? A division's been requested. I know, we were so close. A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1536. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 149 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1758, an act relative to school bus drivers' certificates. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Seth Miller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Charles Foote for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The House will attend the bills removed from the consent calendar. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 652 FN, an act abolishing the family division, creating the Office of Family Mediation, reassigning the jurisdiction of the family division. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Pearson for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
State your motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to table House Bill 652.
Representative DeSimone, who makes awesome lasagna, by the way, moves to lay House Bill 652 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. And somebody yelled division in the middle of that. All right, so members take your seats. Yep, and like, we're gonna fix that problem after this. So like, seriously, when I say, are you ready for the question, that is the opportunity to yell division, roll call, whatever. The minute we go to the voice vote, it should be over, and we will talk about doing it that way in the future, but for now, take your seats, division. Questions whether to lay House Bill 652 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Hill and Walsh. Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Seibert.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 268 in the affirmative, 66 in the negative, 652 is laid on the table. The Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 1602 FN, an act creating a safe battery recycling stewardship program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lisa Freeman for the committee. The amendment is 0405H, printed in House Record 7 on pages 81 to 84. So what? For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your motion.
I move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative McFarland moves that House Bill 1602 be laid on the table. Who asked for a roll call? Representative Wade asked for a roll call, and this is sufficiently seconded, so we'll do a roll call. Members, take your seats. Okay. The motion is to lay House Bill 1602 on the table. Representative Judy Aarons recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know our Environment and Agriculture Committee fully vetted this bipartisan bill and recognized the immediate need to pass legislation to reduce dangerous lithium battery fires and to protect our national security by recycling the critical minerals in batteries while saving municipal taxpayer money, and if I also know lithium battery fires have already caused over $1 million in damage, property damage in New Hampshire, putting transfer station staff and first responders at risk. So we should support proper disposal of these products in New Hampshire. And if I also know that this is business and industry supported legislation and does not incur new fees or taxes because the cost of recycling programs are already included in the battery prices that we already pay. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that everyone can hear more about this battery recycling program if we allow debate, and that then would I press the red button to defeat this tabling motion?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1602 on the table. It's a roll call vote. If you are in favor, I don't know where you folks are going, we're voting. There you go. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 84 in the affirmative, 254 in the negative. The motion fails. Back to the main motion. No, we never even adopted the amendment. All right, the question is on the amendment 0405H, which is printed in House Record 7 on pages 81 to 84. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Representative Judy Aaron is recognized to speak for the committee report about to pass as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. And I thank you very much for listening to me this afternoon. I know we all want to go home. There are several reasons why this bill is necessary. Since last year, we as a legislature banned lithium-ion batteries from being tossed into landfills because they're such an immense fire hazard to our transfer stations. And we now should be assisting our municipalities in disposing of these items properly and safely, and at no extra cost to taxpayers. Municipalities used to be able to send them off to recycling places for free. But that has stopped, and it's now costing municipalities taxpayer money to collect and get rid of them. It costs businesses money to get rid of them as well. This bill allows our state to participate in industry-supported recycling programs, which will be of no cost to businesses or to municipalities or to our taxpayers. Municipalities very much want this, and the fire chiefs and our fire marshal want this badly as well. The cost to recycle lithium-ion batteries and any other batteries have already been included by most battery manufacturers like Eveready and Duracell and many, many others into their products. And we as a state should take advantage of the programs and battery stewardship organizations that they are sponsoring with that money. We as consumers are already paying for these recycling efforts, which currently are not operating in New Hampshire, but are operating in 9 other states, with 20 more working on their implementation. This legislation has no new fees or taxes at all for our constituents, and if there are any administrative costs incurred by DES in dealing with the recycling of these, the costs are covered by the Solid Waste Management Fund. Our committee worked hard to incorporate concerns of independent battery recyclers like Redwood, who testified on the bill, and they can easily file with DES as a battery stewardship organization. This bill did not come out of nowhere. This was the product of months of work with our very own solid waste working group, working in conjunction with DES, battery recycling organizations, waste haulers, municipal waste managers, fire chiefs, and industry people and business retailers. BIA supports this. The Retailers Association supports this. Furthermore, and just as important, it is the national security aspect of reclaiming precious rare earth minerals like cobalt and lithium, along with copper and steel and other materials to be used in the production of more batteries and other products. The battery producers want to establish battery recycling programs like this because it's cheaper for them to recycle the materials than to mine them or to buy them from China. On January 15th, 2026, President Trump signed the first critical minerals executive order of the year. The order emphasizes the use of international cooperation to strengthen U.S. mineral security. And with the United States fully import dependent for 12 critical minerals and reliant on imports for more than half of its consumption of an additional 29, the directive seeks to reduce supply chain vulnerabilities and dependence on China. Concentrated commodity supply chains pose national and economic security risks. China continues to dominate the refining and processing capacity for critical commodities, including those necessary for energy security, and in fact, its market share has grown in most areas. China is the dominant producer across 19 of 20 key mineral commodities like lithium and cobalt. Further, 2/3 of battery recycling growth since 2020 has been in China. In recent months, China has significantly restricted exports of critical minerals both to defense companies and the US as a whole. So it makes sense and it's critical to recycle these materials where we can. This legislation does not kill competition. Otherwise, all these battery manufacturing companies and retailers would not be supporting it. Rather, it levels the playing field with them. And it ensures every battery producer is an equal participant to make the recycling effort successful. They want to recycle battery materials and keep them in the US and not have to spend money to mine them or purchase them from China. So for all of these reasons, I'm asking you, please support this bill, which will take advantage of industry-supported recycling programs, keep our transfer stations safe, recycle valuable materials, and most importantly, help our municipalities recycle these items safely at no cost to our taxpayers. Thank you.
Representative Drew is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We pulled this bill off of consent, not because battery recycling is bad. Battery recycling is, in fact, the way that the problems with these waste batteries should be dealt with. The issue is in the bill itself, and I'm going to read you an excerpt. Section 2, requirement that producers implement a stewardship plan beginning July 1st, 2028, a producer that sells, offers for sale, or distributes covered batteries or battery-containing products in or into New Hampshire shall participate in an approved New Hampshire State Battery Stewardship Plan through participation and appropriate funding of a battery stewardship organization. A producer that does not participate in such an organization and plan shall not sell, offer for sale, or distribute covered batteries or battery-containing products in or into the state. This bill takes several growing and thriving markets, rechargeable battery sales, used battery collection, and battery recycling, and uses state power to grant an effective monopoly to a specific group of large battery producers in the form of a battery stewardship organization. Why is it an effective monopoly? Because there is, in fact, only one battery stewardship organization in the country, and that's the group that wrote this bill. This bill will affect thousands of products. All of them will have to go through this cartel in order to sell their products in New Hampshire, and must use only cartel-approved batteries in their products. The definition of producer, the entities affected by this legislation, is so broad that it could apply to anyone from a small battery manufacturer in China to your corner retail store. However, because of how the bill is constructed, the producer boils down to any party the state can reach and go after for noncompliance. This bill is an affront to the free market and open competition, and I urge my colleagues to vote no to OTPA and support ITL. Thank you.
Representative Potenza is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you don't want to hear any more about batteries, but we're almost there. We're almost there. Fellow colleagues, I rise because a great bipartisan bill, HB 1602, was pulled off consent, not because anyone found a real flaw in the policy, but because some outside talking heads started misrepresenting facts. So let's set the record straight. First, HB 1602 does not create a fee, a surcharge, or a tax. There's no point of sale charge, no battery tax, no hidden add-on at the register. In fact, the bill prohibits retailers from charging a recycling fee at the point of sale. If someone is claiming this bill creates a new consumer fee, they either didn't read the bill or they're parroting something that they were told. What HB 1602 does is straightforward. It allows New Hampshire to participate in a producer-run, that's the key, battery stewardship program, the kind that already exists nationally and globally, so we can finally build a safe, organized collection system for batteries that are currently ending up in the trash, in scrap metal, and in the wrong places. Secondly, this is a fire safety bill. Lithium-ion batteries are causing fires across our state at transfer stations, recycling facilities, and in waste handling. We've had serious incidents, including a major battery fire at the Rochester recycling facility that nearly destroyed the building and put workers and first responders at risk. We've seen fires in multiple other communities in New Hampshire too. These aren't hypotheticals. These are real emergencies with real repair bills paid by cities, towns, taxpayers, and businesses. Right now, municipalities are already paying through emergency response, damaged equipment, higher insurance, lithium battery disposal boxes. We're already paying for this. And disposal fines, because we don't have a modern statewide system that matches the reality of what's flooding into the waste stream. There is not an abundance of safe, easy recycling methods available in the state. Statistically, only about 15% of lithium batteries are collected. The fires are because they are improperly disposed of by citizens, not because staff is doing a bad job. The Environment and Agriculture Committee knows this. Why else would literally everyone in the state be asking for better and safer collection methods? Non-PRBA members are certainly well aware of these programs, and none are opposing it. Thirdly, this is about national security and supply chains. These batteries contain critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, materials our country needs and is competing globally to secure. China dominates processing for many of these materials. Recycling is not a nice idea. It's part of how we reduce dependence, strengthen domestic manufacturing, and keep valuable resources here instead of burying them or shipping them away as waste. Finally, look at the coalition behind HB 1602. all the battery manufacturers, the business community, all our waste, recycling, and transfer station operators in the entire state of New Hampshire, municipal voices, fire officials, and the people who actually handle this problem every single day. And what about at the committee hearing? No one opposed the bill, not one. So colleagues, here's my ask. Vote based upon facts, the record, and the needs of New Hampshire, not on a scorecard thread or a brightly colored sheet or a form email. We can be the House that does work, the hard work. We listen to experts, we can fix real problems, and likely that's what we do weekly in the Environment and Agriculture Committee. Patting my own back. HB 1602 is good policy. It's pro-safety, it's pro-taxpayer, and it's pro-New Hampshire. Please stand with the unanimous decision of the committee of ought to pass and press the green button to energize HB 1602 so we can help keep these batteries out of New Hampshire landfills and get them collected to benefit the USA, not China. Thank you.
Representative Guyson requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats.
Point of order. Point of order.
All righty. The motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1602. Representative Drew is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill creates a de facto government-granted monopoly in the battery sales, used battery collection, and used battery recycling markets, and if I know that this monopoly will be granted to the same battery stewardship organization that wrote this bill, and if I know that this bill does not address the problem of people throwing these batteries into the trash and creating a fire risk, and if I know that there are already several safe, organized, and free programs for battery recycling available across the state, and that this market is dynamic and growing, then I would press the red button to overturn the OTPA motion and keep markets free in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Representative Freeman is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1602 is not a tax, a fee, or an unfunded mandate, and if I also know that 3 fires have occurred in municipal dumps over a 2-year period, secondary to improper disposal of lithium-ion batteries, which has cost the local taxpayers millions of dollars to clean up, and if I additionally know President Trump recently signed an executive order encouraging recapturing of rare earth minerals to cut our reliance on other countries, especially China. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know this is the right thing to do in this nonpartisan bill, would I now press the green button on ought to pass with amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1602. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds. Representative Reynolds. Representative Seibert.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 264 in the affirmative, 72 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. And House Bill 1602 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Quick note, something happened twice today, which I was really happy about, but it's unnecessary. So twice somebody was speaking at the well, then remembered not supposed to use these aisles, right? And it went the really long way around. When you're the person speaking at the well, you can just go. The idea is that you don't come down the aisle or go up while someone's speaking there, but like if you just did your PI and you were the one at the well, fine, to just go straight up the aisle back to your seat. Thank you, Representatives Mike Aaron and Lisa Freeman, for taking the long way around, but you don't have to do it. Alrighty, the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, in which is referred House Bill 1572 FN, an act relative to licensure as a master licensed alcohol and drug counselor. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion, please.
I move to table House Bill 1572.
Representative Leon moves that House Bill 1572 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. 1572 is laid on the table. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 1028, an act relative to the definition of renewable generation facility. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to recommit House Bill 1028 and would like to speak to my motion.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 1028 be recommitted and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we heard this bill in committee, the text of the bill itself was not a fix for the problem that was described. All 18 of us didn't get what the sponsors were trying to do. In subsequent conversations, we have learned what they were trying to do, and we now know that there is a relatively simple fix that would give them what they want to do and was probably pretty good public policy. Therefore, I hope you will support my motion to recommit this bill. Science, Technology, and Energy has only one bill left to do for the year, so we can easily accommodate a recommittal of this bill. So I ask you to support this motion, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is to recommit House Bill 1028. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. 1028 is recommitted. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Representative Nagel is recognized. Members, please leave quietly if leaving is what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who attended the lunch today...
Hang on a sec. I can barely hear him, so there's no way most of you hear him. Let's just hear him.
Ready? Thanks. For those of you that attended the lunch today, you heard a little bit about Rare Disease Day. Rare Disease Day is next 28th. The reason why this is important is because rare diseases are so rare that it's hard to attract funding to find treatments, cures, healing for these problems. So what they do is they band together as a group to improve their marketing share in terms of research and development. And so they're celebrating that. Next Tuesday, at 1 o'clock, the governor will be signing a proclamation for any of you who may have a family member with a rare disease or a friend or whatever. Please come by, have your picture taken with the governor and show support. Thank you.
The House will attend a request for unanimous consent. Representative Harriet Gathright is recognized for unanimous consent regarding Black History Month.
Just start? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, I rise for unanimous consent to recognize Black History Month in our state of New Hampshire and pay tribute to past and current members of the House of Representatives of African American descent that were proud to speak their heritage. You may ask why celebrate Black History Month? Let me take the opportunity to enlighten you. It is a way of embracing and in remembering our past, appreciating our present, and thank you, Jesus, for imagining and more importantly, knowing the possibilities for the future. Africans were brought to America in chains over 360 years ago. We all realize that. Although our ancestors built this country with free labor, they endured centuries of being treated as mere property, unable to experience freedom, unable to engage in free enterprise, or even be taught to read and write. There are those today that are aware and know the history and attempt to bring forward to this day. In 1857, New Hampshire declared that no one shall be denied citizenship on account of African descent, and along with Vermont, repealed the laws against the enlistment of Blacks in state militia. In 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation freed all slaves, and in 1865, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in all states. 110 years later, New Hampshire elected the first African American to the New Hampshire State House. His name is the Honorable Henry B. Richardson, a Republican from Greenville, which was standard for African Americans at that time in history. We often say the two dominant parties have flipped their ideologies. Honorable Henry B. Richardson won the proud Republican nomination for his party in 1974 He was elected in 1975. That was a year of firsts. The first African American, the first Native American, the first 19-year-old. After serving 2 years in the New Hampshire House, the Honorable Henry Richardson ran for state Senate and was even endorsed by the Manchester Union leader. The Honorable Henry B. Richardson paved the way for representatives of the future, including myself and those in service now. Elected in 1986, the Honorable Linda Diane Long, a Democrat from Nashua, and the youngest African American to serve at that time in history, as well as the first African American female to serve in the House of Representatives. In 1989, the Honorable Juanita Bell from Portsmouth served for 2 terms. That same year, the Honorable Lionel Johnson, Democrat from Manchester, began his 11 years of service in the New Hampshire House. The Honorable Jackie Witherspoon from Exeter served 2 terms and remains active today in Exeter, New York, and Washington, D.C. The Honorable Harvey Key from Nashua, elected in 1998, also served 2 terms. The Honorable Harvey Key, with another legislator, gave impassionate speech on the House floor, which was instrumental in passing the Martin Luther King Day holiday in New Hampshire. The Honorable Claire Clark from Boswin served for 9 years. She was a tireless advocate for education. The Honorable Carol Estes, a Democrat from Plymouth, served 1 term and gave a remarkable floor speech that helped pass civil unions. The Honorable Melanie LeVake of Brookline served 2 terms in the House and as the first African American to serve in the New Hampshire Senate. The Honorable Richard Comey from Manchester, originally from Nigeria, who served in the House from 2009 to 2010, ran for mayor of Manchester. Rep. Chris Roberts of Keene, served as well. Rep. Caroletta Alicia Adem in Boswin, the daughter of the Honorable Claire Clark. Charlotte DeLorenzo Adem in Newmarket. Our current legislators, Rep. Jean Judy of Manchester, originally from, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I believe you're from Haiti? Right. Rep. Jonah Wheeler, a Democrat from Peterborough, and Rep. Mary Georges, a Democrat from Manchester, originally from the Congo, and Rep. Linda Harriet Gathright, a Democrat from Nashua, also the longest serving African American female in the House. Today, we recognize these representatives cited for their achievements, not only for blazing a trail and being role models to what is achievable, but for transcending barriers of race and gender. It is important to note that the New Hampshire House is a diverse fellowship of legislators, African Americans, Irish, Native American, Latino, French, Italian, Greek, Haitian, Armenian, Japanese, Scandinavian, and Indian American. And if I miss one, please update me at the end of this, please. Our intent is to include every nationality in New Hampshire that's represented here at the State House, because we all deserve representation, acknowledgement of our journey, and the promises that were set forth in the Constitution, in our Constitution. We have a diverse group of legislators, and we are proud because we believe we were all elected because of the content of our character and our willingness to serve. This is Dr. Martin Luther King's dream. It has been our privilege to have the daughter of the Honorable Henry B. Richardson with us this morning in bringing forth our opening prayer and the song as well, and the Reverend Robert Thompson with his eloquent voice, filling the chamber with love and conviction for our anthem. We thank you, Mr. Speaker, staff, and colleagues for sharing this moment with us. Godspeed.
For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I move that the remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. So ordered. Representative Alessandra Murray is recognized regarding anti-LGBTQ rhetoric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, I rise today in deep concern about HB 1792, a bill that this body just passed to censor speech in our classrooms and what it represents. Not just for me or my LGBTQ colleagues, but for all Granite Staters and for how our stories are shared. When we debate bills like this, we are not debating abstractions. We are talking about real people, our friends, our neighbors, our colleagues, our children, and the most dangerous thing that can happen in this chamber is not disagreement, it's dehumanization. New Hampshire is among the top 5 states with the highest percentage of LGBTQ residents. We are not an invisible minority. We are woven into every community in this state, every county, every town. Every single one of you has LGBTQ constituents. When LGBTQ people are spoken about as threats instead of as human beings, when our identities are reduced to political talking points, when our mere existence is framed as something to be managed, restricted, or pushed out of public life, the impact of those words does not remain in this hall. It follows us home. It follows us into schools. It follows us into workplaces and doctors' offices. It tells a young person listening from the gallery or watching online that their government sees them as a problem to solve, as something to erase from the narrative. And that message has consequences. We are seeing devastating mental health outcomes among LGBTQ youth in states where laws like this have advanced. States like ours. Bills like HB 1792 have caused a 72% increase in suicide attempts among LGBTQ youth. This is not just a statistic or a set of numbers. These are real people with real lives. Words matter. Policy signals matter. And when young Granite Staters hear rhetoric like we heard today, many internalize the message that they do not belong. You may have seen some of the heartbreaking quotes from some of these community members when you walked into the building today. Speaking to this issue, one read, "With the legislation that's been introduced, even if it doesn't pass, it creates an environment that's permissive of anger and vitriol towards our community." But this is the one that really broke my heart. I don't feel welcome in the state anymore, and I don't want to leave, because if we all leave, who's left? You don't want to leave each other behind. So do we leave? If so, when? When is it bad enough? New Hampshire's motto is live free or die, and that promise does not come with an asterisk. It does not apply only to those who fit neatly into someone else's definition of acceptable. Freedom in this state has always meant something fiercely individual, the right to exist as you are without the government singling you out for exclusion. My colleagues, we can disagree on policy without stripping people of dignity. We can debate legislation without diminishing someone's right to exist. We can hold different views without endorsing language or frameworks that cast an entire community as less worthy of belonging or as a threat to others, simply for seeking the same rights and freedoms everyone else enjoys. When we pass legislation that explicitly targets LGBTQ people, we send a signal about who the state is for and who it is not. This chamber should be a place where every single Granite Stater knows that they are seen as fully human, fully worthy of dignity, fully protected under the law. Because history will not ask whether our political parties want to vote today. It will ask whether we upheld the dignity of the people we were sent here to serve. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I move that the previous remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without it.
Roll call.
Okay. The objection is withdrawn. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Sweeney moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of introduction of bills, vacate motions, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until call of the chair.